We're live.
The meeting will now come to order. Welcome to the meeting of the Charlotte Unified Development Board of Adjustment on Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. My name is Kevin Shea. I'm the chair of the board. Would the board members please go around and state their name of the record? Marshall?
Marshall Williamson.
Hamilton Court.
Deborah Dryden.
Amy Williamson.
Also present are John Kinley, interim zoning administrator, senior project manager, Crystal Montague, planner. Kamisha Lampley's not here yet. She's clerk of the board. Terry Haggard Gray, senior assistant city attorney advisor to the planning staff. Paige Inman, assistant city attorney advisor to this board. And Elizabeth Majors is our Veritex court reporter. All right, each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it's like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It's a decision constrained by the standards in the ordinance and based on the facts presented. If you'll be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. General witness testimony is limited to the facts. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values, projections from impacts of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they have based their expert opinion. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it's only given limited weight. Parties with standing have rights to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the city, individuals who can show that they will suffer any special damages. Other individuals may provide testimony as witnesses when recognized by the board. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. Any individual wishing to speak as a witness today is required to sign up. If you haven't done so, please do so now. The parties to each case are entitled to an impartial decision maker. A board member may not participate in a hearing if they have a fixed opinion about the matter, a financial interest in the outcome of the matter, or a close familial, business, or associational relationship with an affected person. The parties to each case also have a right for any ex parte communication to be disclosed. Ex parte communication is any communication about the case outside of this hearing. That may include site visits as well as conversations with parties or the general public. At the start of each case, any potential conflict of interest or ex parte communication should be disclosed by each board member, if applicable. These matters may also be raised by any affected party. Today's meeting will follow the order printed on the agenda, although we're going to depart from that a little bit. The order of the regular agenda will be as follows. All parties who plan to give testimony must be sworn in. A city staff member will present a summary of the case. The board may question the staff member, and then the applicant may question the staff member. The applicant represents or presents their testimony for the case, and any sworn witnesses provide testimony. The board and the city staff may question the applicant and their witnesses. Other parties wishing to speak for or against the case will be given reasonable time to present sworn testimony. The staff and then the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. After hearing each case, the board will review each case and render a decision. This is usually done in closed deliberations. After hearing each case, the chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve or deny the variance appeal. In the case of appeal, the chairperson calls for a motion and a second to uphold, modify, or reverse the administrator's decision. This decision would be made by a simple majority vote of the board. However, the board may elect to take up to 30 days to render a decision. You may remain present during the deliberations, or you may call the zoning staff after this session to receive the decision of the board. If you wish to receive a written copy of the decision letter, please indicate so on the sign-in sheet. All exhibits must remain on the board. If your case is not appealed to Superior Court after 30 days, you may pick them up or they will be destroyed. Appeal from this board is to the Mecklenburg County Superior Court. You have 30 days from the date of the board's written decision in which to appeal in accordance with the NCGS 160D 405D. The board would respectfully request that you silence your phones as we get started. And I think we should swear in staff first if we could. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, let's start with the permits if we could. We'll go to case APL 2026 00003. It's a request for deferral, property located at 2424 Cedarvale Drive. Do I hear a motion?
Some motion to approve.
Approve a deferral. Yeah, I'll second the motion to defer.
I hear a motion from Ms. Singh and Hamilton Court approved, did a second on it. Let's have a vote. Marshall?
Yes.
Hamilton, yes.
Dryden, yes.
Sun, yes.
And Shay, yes. Case 00003 is deferred. All right, and then to case 2026 00028 for property at 6519 Old Concord Road. Do I hear a motion to defer?
Some motion to defer.
Ms. Sung,
Court second.
Ms. Sung, Mr. Marshall, would you?
Williamson, yes.
Thank you.
Court, yes.
Dryden, yes.
Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Case 00028 is deferred. Okay. And so Ms. Dryden can go ride her motor scooter all through the downtown. We'll do the findings of facts from last month. Let's start with 202, case 2026 00019. This is property at 1218 East Boulevard. Did you get the chance to look at those?
She's got him right here coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's.
Dryden,
I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
Court second.
Can I point out one thing?
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
There was an addition in 19D that would also need to be in conclusions of law number 5. So we would need to add a D to conclusion of law number 5, not increasing future parking spaces.
I have.
you want that attached to number 5 or number 19?
So number 19 has the D,
19 has A through F.
Gotcha.
5 only has A through E.
correct?
So you want to add a D and then an F to number 5.
Correct. We would need to add the not increasing future parking spaces as a 5D. And then the current 5D and E would become 5E and F.
Okay. So essentially 19 and 5 will be
The same.
the same.
Correct, yes.
All right, let me amend my motion. I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law with the addition of not increasing future parking spaces to number 5 under conclusions of law.
Court second.
Williamson, yes.
Court, yes.
Dryden, yes.
Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Finding of facts have been found and approved. Thank you. Did you write that page?
I did, thank
It
you.
was very nice. Impressive. You have something for us, Kamisha?
Yeah, go on to the next one. We're doing this one.
I had some help as well, so. credit
You
to
have finding
everyone.
of facts for the next page?
Yes, I can do those as well. Just read.
Finding of facts, the next one will be 2026-00021. This is property at 15340 Smith Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's taken care of anyway, so I think we're good.
Is the applicant here for this case? This was the Board of Education, wasn't it?
Yep.
Did have a representative on, the policy issues, but that was the engineer, not the state.
My understanding is that they added number 14 and 15, so.
Yeah, that's all new. We didn't see that last week,
Right.
last month.
Is it bolsters number 13? So-
Well, the issues were discussed, but they weren't listed
Detailed.
out, right?
Yeah, ready, Deborah.
Yeah, those, during the discussion, you all talked about that was presented to you all that there was changes to industry standards and Department of Energy requirements that resulted in heavier units, that sort of thing. So that's what 14 and 15 are reflecting.
Right. Because it would require huge structural repair of the roof. That's what they were-
Right, it's a good summary. It basically says that the new refrigerants that they use require more surface area on the coils that make the units bigger and heavier. Well,
Right.
that all is very clear. That's a good summary. Couple of acronyms there that are typical, but. GWP.
I like number 3. I think 3 is nice. Glad that's in there.
On the front page of the back. Oh, okay. Yes. It's good. Good. All right, I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
Court second.
There, Mr. Marshall.
Williamson, yes.
Court, yes.
Dryden, yes.
Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Minutes have been, I'm sorry, yeah, finding of facts have been approved for case 2026-00021. Thank you. All right, on to the last case for the finding of facts, 2026-00023. Property at 1927 St. John Street.
That's here for this one. Number 3. It's good. It's not gonna be approved unless the soil is established. We did that. In a final plat survey.
Okay, move.
Make a motion to approve the findings and facts and conclusions of law.
Mr. Williamson. Do I hear a second?
Oh, it's Dryden seconds.
Mr. Williamson,
Williamson, yes.
Court, no.
Mr. Dryden,
Did we approve this or not?
without it.
It was not.
Okay, then I approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law as written, because we did not approve it. Okay,
Correct. Ms. Singh
Sun, yes.
so yes, okay.
and Shay, yes. Finding of facts for 2026-00023 are approved. Okay. On to regular business.
You need to take me off and introduce your new.
That's right. So,
Oh, before we do, John, may I ask, is there something in the new UDO that came out? I know they're asking for review about not requiring a specific number of parking spaces for apartments or.
So there was a state bill that passed and it's been signed into law that goes into effect in January. Is that when it goes into effect? That would eliminate parking minimums for a broad range of stuff. It might be across the board, Sheree. I don't know if you've had a chance to dive into it yet.
Details yet.
But it would significantly make alterations to our parking requirements, at least minimum parking requirements. And there was an exclusion for coastal communities, but everywhere else it applies to. So we'll be looking at changes to the UDO to address the bill to make sure it aligns in the coming months. And I think they're hoping to get that presented to council sometime this fall.
Right, that's what I thought. So what is that, in reality, what does that mean for apartments if they don't?
It would be more market driven as to what parking they provide when they are building an apartment building or any other use. I think we can still potentially have parking maximums. It's just the minimum that I think the bill eliminated.
Okay, interesting. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
thank you, Mr. Dryden.
All right, y'all enjoy.
Thank you, Ms. Dryden.
Uh-huh.
Enjoy the scooter.
Yes, I will. Well, say a prayer. I have my knee surgery next Tuesday.
Go get them.
I'm excited about that. All right, you need to introduce your new person. Commissioner, did you do my parking? Yes, I did.
I got signed that thing kind of late, so I might need to get staff over that.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you?
Morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Just doing swell. You ready for this?
Yes.
All right, Crystal, we're gonna do case, first on the recommendation list, case 2025-00050. All yours, Crystal. Crystal, yeah, sorry, give me 1 second. Deborah Dryden has departed with our thanks, and Janice Shirley has joined us. Thank you. My apologies.
Thank you. So this case is variance 2025-00050. It's located at 620 Queens Road. Condominiums Owners Association is the applicant, represented by Sarah Beeson of Alexander Ricks. The parcel is 12524C93, owned by Shayat LLC. And the variance is from UDO 19.6A1A, Roman numeral 3E, to allow parking pad within the established front setback. The property is in the Colonial Heights area. It is south of Charlotte. Here on Exhibit 1, showing the vicinity map. And here, Exhibit number 2 shows Google Earth view of the condominium building of units. And that is Baxter, and this is Queens Road. And this is the parking, or the front there. The zoning map on Exhibit 3 shows that is N2B, Neighborhood 2 zoning district. In this image, you'll see the building here, the existing building in the front. And the reason why we're showing you this image here is because there's an elevation difference in topography. This is a hill going down. And on Baxter Street, the topo is at 660, and in the front of Queens Road is 678. So that is about an 18-foot grade difference from the front to the back. So the variance is to allow a parking pad within the established front setback. The applicant has agreed to and offered the following conditions: that the landscaping and screening shrubs or screen wall matching the standards of Article 20.5B, 3 and 4 shall be provided between the parking and the street. And the parking space will be limited to an ADA space and associated loading zone. And at the bottom is the part of the code that explains that the parking areas other than the driveways are prohibited in the established front and corner side setback. On this slide, Exhibit number 6, you'll see 3 site plans. The first one is the approved LDCP. We wanted to show that there was no parking on the approved LDCP, but the proposed landscape plan, they put an ADA parking space. And wanted to mention that they had to remove some tree save area, and so they made it up by putting it on different parts of the site. And here's just an enlarged image of the landscape art exhibit, just to go a little bit more detail about the tree save area. The approved plan showed of 3,112 square feet of tree save area, and the proposed plan offers more tree save area at 3,338 square feet. Here's the enlarged plan as well on Exhibit 8. We're showing the conditions that they're proposing. And here's that ADA parking space that they're going to be adding. And then the landscaping and screening shrubs or screen wall matching the standards of Article 20.5 should be between the parking pad and the street. And here is where we look over the findings of facts on Exhibit 9. Let me know when you're ready for me to continue.
You can go on, Crystal.
Thank you. The unnecessary hardship results from the strict application of the regulation because the pre-UDO zoning of the property was R22 multifamily, and the site was developed under the by right zoning, with the building constructed in 2022. The legacy ordinance required a 30-foot setback plus a 30-foot transitional setback. The legacy zoning ordinance allowed parking within the established setback and transitional setback, provided it was not used to meet the minimum number of parking spaces. Thus, under the legacy zoning ordinance, the proposed parking space could have been permitted. The property's by right R22 multifamily zoning was automatically translated to N2B when the UDO went into the effect in June of 2023. The UDO does not allow parking in the established setback. The UDO does not provide an exception for accessible parking spaces to be located in the established front setback. Strict application of the regulation applies to all parking other than individual driveways. The site layout and property configuration results in the lack of space to place the accessible parking outside of the established front setback. The hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property by location, size, or topography. The property is developed with a condominium with a shared driveway providing access to garages for the units and connecting between Queens Road and Baxter Street. The established setback includes the space between the front building wall and Queens Road right-of-way. The parcel is 100 feet wide at the widest point along Queens Road and 65 feet wide at the narrowest point along Baxter Street. The building is 45 feet at the widest point with a 10-foot one-way shared driveway. The narrow parcel along with the existing building and shared driveway limit along with other site requirements such as open space and tree save prevent the ability to place parking outside of the established setback. Per Mecklenburg County GIS, the site elevation at Queens Road is 678 feet and the site elevation at Baxter Street is 660, which is an 18-foot difference. Currently, persons needing accessible parking must park at the rear of the site or on street along Baxter Street and traverse up the hill along the shared driveway to access the dwelling units. The requested variance would allow the reasonable accommodation for the property owners to have an ADA parking space for their residences while maintaining the open space and tree save areas and aesthetic characters of the neighborhood. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. The hardship is not the result of the HOA or property owner's actions. The HOA and condominium owners did not develop the property. The hardship results from changes between the parking location requirements between the legacy zoning ordinance and the UDO and the unique property constraints. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. It would provide enhanced safety to property owners and visitors, avoiding pedestrians having to travel within or cross adjacent public right-of-ways. Per the proposed plan, a small amount of tree save area will be removed and applicants would make it up elsewhere on the site. Granting the variance will allow an accessible parking space near the existing building. The applicant has agreed and offered to the following conditions: that the parking space is limited to an ADA space and associated loading zone, and that the landscaping and screening shrubs or screen wall matches the standards of Article 20.5, that it should be provided between the parking and the street. The screening will reduce the visual impact of the parking. Lastly, granting the variance would not alter the essential character of the area. There are single-family homes along Queens Road with circle driveways, allowing parking between the homes and street, and other multifamily buildings in the area and have parking between the buildings and the streets. And the last slide, Exhibit 13 shows the sign on the property where we posted it. And that completes the presentation, if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff? Crystal, do we know if you have anybody in opposition? No. No questions for staff? Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Do I hear a motion?
So
Or
much.
move,
Oh, go
or
ahead.
move to approve.
10-second.
Can we clarify this with the condition?
Thank you. Let's talk about that because the conditions listed in here very clearly. Still have to call it out.
We do. Generally, your options are motion to approve just generally or motion to approve with a condition.
Motion to approve with the condition as stated in the,
Finding of fact.
in the
Finding of fact.
staff's, yeah. Tab 16 in the finding of fact.
So on number 16, that shows the conditions, but we usually add the condition to the conclusions of law, number 5. So I would like to consistently add that, add it to make it consistent.
So duplicate 16 as number 5.
That's right, correct, thank you.
Yeah, I
Mr. Court,
think-
you want to give it a shot, buddy?
Yeah, I think my motion still stands. We can add that conclusion of law as we go, but yeah, I approve, move to approve with the conditions as stated in 16 in the findings of fact.
Do I hear a second?
Sun second.
Thank you, Ms. Sun.
Sun second.
Mr. Williamson.
Williamson, yeah.
Court, yes.
Shirley, yes.
Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Variance has been approved.
All right, I'm moved to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law with the addition of 16 from the findings of fact to the conclusions of law as a condition of approval.
Number 5.
Would that be number 5 or does it need to be added to number
It would be number 5 in the.
as
conclusion.
number 5?
Thank you, Mr. Court. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Sun, thank you. Mr. Williamson.
Williamson, yes.
Court, yes.
Shirley, yes.
Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Finding of facts have been approved. Case 202-50050 has been approved. Thank you, everybody. All right. On to case 2026-00022. Property located at 9365 South Boulevard.
All right, this is by Piedmont Natural Gas Company and represented by Crystal Fox, although I think it's indicated that there was someone else here in case you all had questions. For property located at 9365 South Boulevard, and it's owned by Piedmont Natural Gas. They're seeking basically 2 variances related to the buffer yard that was required, and this is subject to the legacy zoning ordinance. Section 15.66D to reduce the width of the required buffer yard from 10 feet to a range from 0 to 4.5 feet as indicated with the variance plan. And then variance from legacy zoning ordinance section 15.8.4 A9B I and or II and III to modify the required screen fence setback from 7 feet to also a range from 0 to 4.75 feet. And I'll explain why it's a range in a second. So here's a vicinity map. The property is down off of South Boulevard, just before you get to I-45 and the Carolina Pavilion Shopping Center. And it's between a car dealership and the shopping center. And this is the site as you would see it in aerial form pretty much today. And this was recently built as the plans were just recently completed and approved just before the UDO went into effect. So this is it's a natural gas regulator station, and the zoning is actually split zone TOD CC and CG at the rear, and the development is subject to the legacy zoning ordinance. So they basically there was a regulator station here before, and they made modifications to it to address changes in their systems and demands and bring it up to standards. So that's what you have today. I think this is maybe leaving out, because it's fairly recent after the construction, it doesn't show all the landscaping that has been installed. That's shown on the landscape plan, but we'll show you that as well. So again, it's a variance from the legacy code sections 15.66D and 15.8.4A9B2 and 3 to modify the landscape yard width and then, or buffer yard width. And then the fence that's associated with that buffer yard modified that's its location. So the width is required to be 10 feet wide and the fence is supposed to be set back 7 feet from the property line. The applicant has agreed and offered following condition that the variance is only applicable to the areas depicted on the variance plan exhibit, and the landscape area or landscape screening as generally depicted on the approved plans is provided, and if necessary, maintenance easements from abutting property owners would be attained. So this is the approved LDC or well, LDU TODCC plan from 2022. And you can see that there was, landscaping around the perimeter of the area, and in the aerial photo that wasn't shown yet, but that is required to be installed. The areas that we're talking about modifying are here and here. And it's basically due to an error or an issue that they ran into from the survey that they had based their approved plans on versus the survey that they acquired after completion. And it showed that the property lines weren't exactly where they thought they were whenever they did the original approval. So there's areas here where the surveyed property line in purple, which is kind of right below the red area or shaded area there, and then purple line here was the surveyed property line. The property line as proposed or referenced by the permit is this black line that's up here, the top of the red. And then, oh, did I do that somehow?
Minimize the top right.
And then over here, the property line was thought to be over here, and instead it's over here. So the areas shaded in red are where that range is coming from, and that's why this goes from 0 to 4.5 as you go this way. That's where that range measurement comes from. And again, with the fence was supposed to be set back 7 feet from the assumed property lines. And instead, now it's going to be closer to the property line in reality than what they originally thought because of the shift of the property line. So down here, the fence is pretty much on the property line in reality, and here it ranges from being 0 to 4.5 feet. Next slide, Exhibit 8 is the variance criteria. I'll give you all a minute to look over those before I jump in.
Is there anyone here in opposition today?
Appear to be anybody in the audience here in opposition to this case? Nope.
Okay, John.
All right. So unnecessary hardship results from the strict application of the regulation. Compliance with the strict application of the ordinance to place the fence 7 feet from the property line would require the relocation of the retaining walls that you saw in the aerial that are along the property boundary. Relocating the retaining wall would necessitate the relocation of other components of the utility facility and could compromise the integrity of the site and grading. Application of the buffer yard standard requires the buffer yard width to be measured from the property line after construction was completed and buffer plantings were installed. The applicants received more accurate property line information that showed the property lines were not exactly where they thought they were during permitting. And the correction to the property line would shift where the buffer yard and plantings would have to be located. The relocation of the buffer yard and plantings would require relocation of utility equipment on the site. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. The site is narrow. It's about 150 feet wide at the rear of the property, with approximately 30 feet of topographic change across the site. According to the variance plan exhibits, the applicant installed retaining walls parallel to the northern and southern boundaries to provide level area for the regulator station equipment. And the approved plans included in the required buffers along the property boundaries according to ordinance standards. However, after construction was substantially completed, the applicants discovered the discrepancy in the property line location as depicted on the variance plan exhibit, and the site's width and topography are hardship for relocating the landscape yard and fence placement to comply. Hardship does not result from actions that were taken by the applicant or the property owner. Land acquisition and title review indicated differences in the property line, which were not known at the time of design and permitting. The project was constructed according to the approved plans. And then the clarification, the property line location reduced the space available for the required landscape yard width and fence setback. The hardship was not caused by the applicants as they proceeded through land development process with approved plans based on the assumption that the property lines were accurate and the property owners did not create the discrepancies in the property line location, nor did they create the grade change of the property requiring the construction of retaining walls. And the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The site is located along South Boulevard between a car dealership and a shopping center. The reduced landscape yard and adjusted fence location will not have an impact on the residential properties. Without the variances, the applicants would have to relocate retaining walls and utility equipment, causing disruptions to the functionality of the gas regulator station, which is used to control safe and safely maintain gas pressure within the pipelines. And the applicant has agreed to the condition that the variance is only applicable to the variance areas depicted on the variance plan exhibit, and that the landscape screening as generally depicted on the approved plans is provided, and if necessary, they would obtain easements from the abutting property owners to make sure those can be maintained. And here's a sign of the property, or the picture of the sign on the property, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, John. Any questions for staff? Thank you. Any discussion? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve the variance.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Conditions as outlined in number 14 of the findings in.
Court second.
Mr. Court. Mr. Williamson,
Williamson, yes.
Court, yes.
Shirley,
Yes. Sun, yes.
Son, yes. Shay, yes. Motion's been approved. Finding of fact,
I'd move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law, and I'd suggest we add the conditions as number 5, as stated in number 14 in the findings of fact.
Second.
thank you. You okay with that, Paige?
Yes, thanks, thank you.
That was the Sun second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Williamson,
Mr.
yes.
Williamson, thank you.
Court, yes.
Shirley,
Yes. Sun, yes.
Shay, yes. Finding of facts have been approved. Case 2026-00022 has been approved. Thank you. Okay.
That case is rather long. If you want to take a picture of that, that's up to y'all. You on?
Yeah, some fresh coffee in the room. For the board members.
Okay. You guys have it?
You go roll.
You good one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go on. Let's go on and keep.
So,
Okay,
this is-
let me announce it first. Case 2026-00024 at located at 1447 South Tryon.
And no one's in opposition to this one, but staff is not in favor of a few of these items, and I'll go through mostly 7 through 10. We're in favor and support of the rest of the variance items. And what we've done in the presentation is basically just broken them out to address each one individually, but since they're seeking variances from different article sections, there's findings of or conclusions of law for each one. So in the presentation and in the document, they're broken out separately, and you'll see that as we go through. So just real quick to kind of go through the 10 items that they're seeking variances from. And the reason why they're going through variances for this is they're trying to adaptively reuse the site, and there's an existing building on the property. It is zoned TOD. They can't get a TOD EX like an exception rezoning. It wouldn't help them to go through that because there are standards that they're seeking a variance from to waive, and you can't waive a standard entirely through an EX rezoning. So while that could have been a method to address some of the issues, there are some items that doesn't work for them. So that's why they are before you all seeking variances. So the first variance is from Article 13.3B, Table 13.1A of the UDO. And all of the first three are from the building siting standards section, but they're different standards. So the first one is to waive the frontage setback requirement along South Tryon Street due to the existing building. Second one is to waive the frontage build-to zone requirement along South Tryon due to the existing building. And then the third is to modify the requirement for the minimum build-to zone or build-to percentage for the structure from the required 80% to 40% due to the existing building. And then the next one, number 4, is from 13.3D, Table 13.3A, which is building articulation standards, to reduce the requirement for a minimum building length as a percentage of lot width along South Tryon Street from 60% to 40% due to the existing building. And then variance from Article 20.9, Table 20-2, 20- and Table 20-3 to waive the required 25-foot Class B landscape yard along abutting the residential use next to the driveway and building. And then variance from 20.5 B1 through 5 to reduce the width of parking lot screening from the required 5 feet to 2 feet, a 3-foot reduction. Variance from Article 19.7 C2 C I through I2 or II, design of parking structures to reduce the ground floor activation requirement from 90% to 20%, which is a 70% reduction, and reduce the 20-foot depth requirement to 10-foot reduction. A variance from 18.3, Table 18-2, architectural features to allow roof overhang and supporting posts to encroach into the required frontage setback along South Tryon Street for architectural features on the roof of the existing building. A variance from 18.3, Table 18-2, architectural features to allow an awning or sunshade to encroach into the required frontage setback along the rail trail. And a variance from Article 13.3E, Table 13.4, transparency standards to waive the requirement for transparency along the rail trail for the ground floor, which is the area between 3 and 10 feet. I'm trying to move this, but I don't know if it's gonna let me. Basically, the standard is from 3 to 10 feet that you have transparent walls along the frontage.
Gotcha. So can we stay here for a second, John? Because this was a long application and it would help the board, I think, if you could go through a couple of things. First of all, for number 7, if we can just fix the math there, it's not a 70% reduction, it's a 70-point reduction or a 78% reduction. If we should clarify that, please. And then of those 10, did I hear you correctly that staff is in support of some of these variances?
Yes.
And you're going to be able to go through and I assume anything that supports the existing building, staff is going to be in support of?
Pretty much. That's the pretty much the gist of it. So 1 through 6 are mostly related to being able to work with the existing building and site conditions. 7 and 8, 9, and 10 are kind of related to the building addition that I'll show and describe as we go through the presentation. But they're proposing an addition to the existing building, and it's those items that are kind of related to the newer part of the construction that's proposed.
One quick question. I think the applicants are here. Maybe we could bring them up so that they can participate as well.
Want to do it at the same time?
I think so, and go ahead and get them sworn in. So if there are any questions that are better directed to them, they can go ahead and jump in.
You want to do it that way, John?
Yeah, if y'all want to go ahead and swear them in, that's fine.
Okay. If the applicants want to step up to the table.
And you said about the math, you said it was
70-point reduction or a 78% reduction. Started to be anal, but that is. Good morning.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell it for the court reporter, we would appreciate that.
Sure.
Sure. My name is Radford Klotz, Radford. Last name Klotz. And I, along with my son Marcus, are the owners of the property.
Good morning. My name is Hattie Pavlechko Ryder. Did you say I should spell that?
You spell it.
Okay. It's very long, so
Last name, probably.
yeah, if that's helpful. I am a principal and landscape architect with Land Design, and I've been working on this project with the team from inception.
My name is Sam Lodebole, SamLodebole. I'm the owner's representative for Roddy and Marcus. I work for Colony Commercial here in Charlotte.
All right, I think I need to swear you guys in too. You guys, is there a book up there? If you guys would put your hand on that and raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence that you shall give to this board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
Okay, so vicinity map, this is just outside of the loop, but it's in South End at the intersection of South Tryon Street and Camden, right at the Bland Street Station. Exhibit 2 is an aerial Google Earth shot of the property, shows the existing building on the site. It's indicated by the green star on the slide. And there's existing surface parking that kind of wraps around the right-hand side of the building and around to the back. On this slide, you can also see the Bland Street Station here. Charlotte Rail Trail goes along that. And then there's this area here that I'll cover in a second. These are residential condo townhouse units here. I think there's like 9 in this building. Then you have commercial uses to the north and across the street. In this building is the Charlotte Trolley Building, if you are familiar with that. Zoning of the property is TOD-UC, Transit Urban Center Zoning District, as is most of the zoning in the area. Exhibit number 4 is the Google Street View. This shows the street view of the existing building here. You can see that it's pretty close to the road, which is part of the reason why they're asking for variances to the build to zone requirements. And then in this slide, you can see the existing driveway and parking area, and then the area where the landscape yard would be required that's referenced and they're seeking a variance for, and then that parking lot screening that would be along this property line here abutting this residential use. And then bird's eye exhibit number 5 shows the station platform. And then this little area here is actually on property that the rail trail is on, but it's owned by the city of Charlotte. And it was, I guess, kind of known as the Fowler Porch public open space area. A while back, they used to have, you can kind of see there was a big seesaw there. I'm not sure what other amenities they had on the property at that point. But most of that's since been removed. And it's just kind of been left sitting as it is right now, just kind of empty space. But then you have the rail trail frontage and then the station platform, and then this is our site directly abutting all of that. So again, the variance requests, variance from Article 13.3B, 13.1A, building siting standards, requesting to waive that frontage setback requirement along South Tryon due to the existing building. The ordinance says that along a 4 to 5 lane avenue, which is what Tryon is designated as in this location, that the frontage setback is 20 feet. Obviously, the building is much closer than 20 feet to the right-of-way line, and so they're asking to waive that standard there. And then for building siting standards, to waive the build to zone requirement. So there's basically behind the setback, there's an area between 0 and 10 feet behind the setback that the building facade is supposed to be within. That's the build to zone. And again, along a 4 to 5 lane avenue, that build to zone is 0 to 10 feet wide. And the building actually extends beyond. Variance from Article 13.3B, 13C1 or 13.1C, sorry. Building siting standards to modify the requirement for a build to percentage. So basically, your building, the structure, has to have a certain percentage of area within that build to zone. It's supposed to be 80% on 4 to 5 Lane Avenue, and they're asking a variance to reduce that down to 40% based on the existing buildings area, or the proposed, I guess it would be the rooftop addition that's actually within that. And then 13.3, transit oriented development standards for articulation along a 4 to 5 Lane Avenue requires a 60-foot building length as a percentage of your lot width along the frontage, or sorry, 60%, that's not 60 feet. And they're again asking to reduce that down to 40% as well. Variance number 5, and that's the landscape yard requirement from table 20-2 and 20-3. Again, it says all development in the TOD UC zoning district, when you're abutting basically residential zoning or uses, you have to have a Class B landscape yard, and the Class B landscape yard is 25 feet wide. And then variance number 6, 20.5 is parking lot screening. And they're asking, it says in that section B, that the screening shall be at least 5 feet wide. And they're asking to reduce that down to 2 feet, which is a 3-foot reduction. They have offered for some conditions on those 2 items. So the applicant has agreed to and offered a following condition to provide a combination of masonry, site wall, and evergreen landscaping for screening along the southwest property line, as generally depicted on the variance exhibit plan, which we'll cover in a minute. Variance number 7, again, this is at the kind of the back of the property. Design of the parking structures, section 19.7C2C, I and II, is to reduce the ground floor activation requirement from 90% to 20% and 78% reduction.
Thank you.
And to reduce the 20-foot depth requirement for 10 feet, 10-foot reduction. So I think we've looked and talked about this before on other cases, but the ordinance requires that when you have a parking structure, the ground floor has to be activated with active uses along 90% of the building's frontage. And then that active use space has to be 20 feet, a minimum dimension of 20 by 20. And that's what they're seeking to reduce and on both of those. And then variance number 8. Oh, and there's a condition to that. During land development permitting process, the applicants will coordinate with the city of Charlotte to revitalize and activate the public open space area between the subject site and station platform area known as Fowler Porch to support the proposed development. The community light rail and rail trail users features and are subject to city approval and could include landscaping and seating. And then variance number 8, 18.3, 18-2, architectural features to allow roof overhangs and supporting posts to encroach into the required frontage setback along South Tryon Street for architectural features on the roof of the existing building. So they're proposing a rooftop addition, and on that rooftop addition along Tryon Street, they're proposing a roof overhang. Roof overhangs are not listed in 18-2 as something that can encroach. Essentially, they're considered part of the building, so they're expected to meet the setback requirements, and they're asking for a variance to allow the roof overhang as an architectural feature and allow it to encroach into that frontage setback. Variance number 9, 18-3, 18-2, architectural features to allow awnings and sunshades to encroach into the required frontage setback along the rail trail. Going back to this, awnings and sunshades are allowed to encroach into a frontage up to 4 feet. They're asking that they be able to go all the way up to the setback line in the rail trail frontage. It's a 5-foot setback. So it's basically a 1 foot addition encroachment to what would normally be allowed for awnings and sunshades.
John, just to be clear, that on the previous slide, you were talking about the overhang.
Yes.
We're talking about, when I read it, it was columns. Is that the overhang they were talking about, or for the awning they were talking about the columns?
So the roof overhang would have supporting posts that are proposed that would be encroaching as well as part of that, as they are out at the front edge of that awning, or sorry, not awning, roof overhang. And then an awning is described as being like a separate like attachment to your building. So it's like, you know, think of like a, you know, historic downtown with metal awnings with the fabric coverings and stuff.
So the roof overhang is it's more than just a roof overhang, like for a house, for example. It's got.
Yeah, it's
posts,
more than an
it's got
eave.
structure.
Yeah, it's more than an eave. Eaves are allowed to encroach. That's in here. They can encroach up to 3 feet. But because it's like more, has the structural supports and it's more than, an eave, I think, I don't remember exactly. I think we got measured on the plans. But the applicants are here and they can tell you exactly how much of an encroachment that roof overhang would be. But it's substantially more than what you would expect with just like, a 1 or 2 foot encroachment from an eave.
Thank you.
All right, so that's awnings and sunshades, number 9. Number 10, last one, 13.3E, table 13.4, the transparency standards. They're seeking to waive that requirement for the transparency as a percentage of wall area between 3 and 10 feet from grade along the rail trail frontage. The applicant again has agreed to and offered to a condition that the applicants will provide upper floor transparency that's in excess of the minimum ordinance requirements for the upper floors. And so table 13.4 here shows that along a public path that you're required to have 60% transparency. So this is the site plan showing the existing building in kind of this red dashed line here. So you have the existing surface parking kind of wraps around like that. This would be existing surface parking that would remain. And then back here, what they would do is that would become building addition. But in this section here, it would still be surface level parking with car stackers. I think 3 tall is what's proposed. And they would have some other building features and rooms here. This would be a potential tenant space here in the corner. And then above the existing building, they're proposing an addition, rooftop addition that you can kind of see in this image here. I think we got some better images coming up that would show that in more detail. And then a kind of rooftop potential location for a rooftop courtyard would be in this location here. Existing driveway is proposed to remain here. And then conditions that you would see here is that this is the landscape screening and wall that they would propose to install to provide screening here. And then this is the area for Fowler Porch that they would be potentially activating in cooperation with the city of Charlotte. And then you can kind of see it on here. There's another slide that shows it in more detail, but this shows the area where the roof overhang would be. The awnings would be in this area in pink. I think I covered pretty much everything, but you can also see how close the building is to the right-of-way line. There is probably about 5 feet from the right-of-way line, and that at the nearest point. Here's an architectural elevation, again, showing that proposed rooftop addition with the roof overhang and the supporting posts. And then the kind of fuchsia color is the frontage setback line. So it extends out beyond that. And then the build to zone line is the red here, 0 to 10 feet. And then the future road right of way is pretty much at the face of the building. And then at the back, the proposed addition with the ground level parking. And then that says 20.76 feet to be determined. So about 20 feet tall to accommodate those car stackers, and then several floors of proposed hotel above that. Here's an elevation at the rear. This shows the proposed awning that kind of go along the back. This would be the area where the parking is. So that's the area where they would be seeking to waive the transparency standards. This would be that tenant space here, and then the upper floors that would have the transparency in excess of the ordinance requirements would be above that. And then this area here is kind of that Fowler Porch area that would have some seating and landscaping and be more activated than what it currently is. Next is the variance standards or the criteria, slide 14. And then I'll go into more detail with all of these as we go through. And if there's questions, I can answer them as we go along if y'all have them. But whenever you're ready, I'll jump into the findings.
It would be helpful, I think, if you could go back to the graphic, that one and that one. Now those, probably these 3 and explain 7, 8, 9, and 10
Okay.
on those 3 slides.
All right, so number 7. That's so ground floor activation requirement is 90%. And seeking to reduce that down to 20% and reduce the depth of the activation space. So basically basically the rail trail is considered a frontage per the ordinance. And along the frontage, you have to have, if you have a parking structure, then you have to activate it with ground floor uses. So basically 90% of this frontage should have active uses. They've got a proposed tenant right on the corner that would not meet the 90% requirement. So that's what that is seeking a variance to. And then it also says, in addition, that active space has to have a depth of 20 feet. And they're seeking to reduce that down to 10. I think this tenant space is about, I don't remember how much. Looks like I see a 25-foot measurement there for that area. But the rest of it, again, doesn't have any active space. So basically seeking to modify those requirements down. And I think it gets more narrow over here. So I think that's why they're seeking to reduce it to 10.
And you're saying that frontage is being treated the same way as a street.
Essentially, yeah, public paths are treated, they're not the same in the sense of how they don't require as big of a setback, but they're from a design perspective, building design standards perspective, they're pretty much treated the same as a street.
Okay.
So that was number 7. Number 8, rooftop structures. Go to this one. So to allow roof overhang and supporting posts to encroach in the required frontage setback along South Tryon. So again, the frontage setback line is at Fuchsia. The existing building already encroaches into that, but their proposed rooftop addition would be expected to comply because this is more substantial than an eave and it's considered to be part of the structure. It has supporting posts. Those aren't allowed to encroach. So that should be over here and then that extends out. But again, I don't know the exact dimension. If you want to ask the applicants, certainly can get that detail there. But let's see, do I have it in here? It looks like, based on what I measured on their plan, that it would encroach about 12 feet into the setback. So that's number 8. And then number 9, awnings in the required setback. Again, I'll go back to, I think maybe this slide. This is the awning again we're talking about here. And the way they have it shown is to kind of wrap around the building, provide cover as you're walking down this walkway. And then that would be encroaching in this purple area, which is only that setback is only 5 feet wide. It's what's required along that property line. And what they're proposing is an awning that would be 5 feet wide. The ordinance requires that to be limited to 4 feet of encroachment. It's what's allowed by Article 18. So basically seeking 1 additional foot of encroachment, but it would put the awnings right up to the property line. And then Article 9, or sorry, variance number 10. Ground floor transparency. And I'll go back to this, I think. So ordinance requires a minimum of 60% transparency for the wall area between 3 and 10 feet. So basically you measure from the grade up 3 feet and up 10, and then that space in between 3 and 10 has to be transparent. And if you recall from a month or so ago, we talked about transparency and what that meant. But basically, it's how much light can go through your facade. Glass windows typically are what is installed to meet that requirement. I think in this case, they're looking at doing some louvers for the parking area. And then the area where the tenant space is would potentially meet the ordinance requirements. But the final design's not been ironed out, so we don't know exactly what those percentages would be along that frontage.
So material left is louvered?
Correct. That's or
Not
proposed. Yeah, correct.
And it doesn't meet is it the louvers of it's the aggregate materials, like, cause they have a concrete portion at the base that once you add all that up.
The concrete portion, as long as it's not more greater than 3 feet in height, would not be counted against them. If it was more than 3 feet tall, then the concrete base would start to get in that. So basically it's the area, there's like a strip, and imagine a strip here that would need to have the transparent windows, which is, I would guess is probably around where that wall is up to about where the awning is.
It's louvered because it's parking. behind it.
Correct, for ventilation is why. But, you know, there's other buildings and parking structures in town that have addressed those ordinance requirements in one fashion or another. So it is possible to do glass on a parking structure. It's just more difficult to do. And, you know, there's concerns obviously about, you know, like what happens if a car hits the glass, that kind of stuff.
And this is one level apart.
Yes, it would just be, and it's basically the ground, what's existing on ground level. But they, in order to get the additional parking that they want for the use, they're proposing car stackers that would, you know, they'd have the cars parked in they'd have a valet that would retrieve cars and from the stackers and put them back.
And this is all bordering the blue line.
Correct. Yeah, at Bland Street Station. Anything else? Any other questions before I move on?
Many, but let's go on.
So variance from Article 13.3, 13.1A, building site and standards, waiving that frontage setback along South Tryon. So frontage setback 20 feet, that's highlighted in green here. And the existing building encroaches, like I said, it goes almost up to about 5 feet from the property line here. And then down here, I think it's a little further away, but it encroaches. And then the rooftop addition meets, the face of that is here. That would meet the requirements. So other than their roof overhang, what's proposed would be compliant. And then the existing building is where that encroachment is really happening at. But they're asking for a variance to waive that frontage setback requirement. Okay, and then so strict application of the or unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. The required 20-foot ground floor setback would prevent, or sorry, I don't know why that says ground floor setback. That should say 20-foot setback. Strict application of the required 20-foot setback would prevent the preservation and adaptive reuse of the existing building, and which is already located in the required setback area. Compliance would require the removal or substantial reconstruction of the existing street-facing portion of the building. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. Hardship results from narrowness and limited depth of the site and the existing building's location relative to South Tryon Street, right of way, and the need to maintain the existing vehicular access point, and then the existing conditions along the frontage that are proposed to remain to facilitate the adaptive reuse of the building. Limit the ability to relocate the required streetscape, shift the building, and provide required setback without undermining the historical integrity of the existing building and its adaptive reuse. Hardship did not result from actions that were taken by the applicant or the property owner. It's based on pre-existing physical conditions, including the existing building's location, existing right-of-way relationship, and established access condition. The applicant is not proposing a new building within the setback. Rather, the request is necessary to preserve and reuse the existing historic structure. There is the awning or the roof overhang that would be encroaching, but that's being addressed through the request to the architectural standards. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The requested variance supports the TOD UC intent by preserving the existing 1920s urban building. The site is centrally located in South End, which is an urban area with pedestrian-oriented development, with buildings built close to the backs of the sidewalks along the streets. And the applicants will coordinate with planning and CDOT during the land development process to determine the appropriate adjustments to the transportation improvements that would be triggered along South Tryon Street. The project preserves the existing street-facing building condition and reinvests in the site rather than requiring demolition or reconstruction solely to satisfy a setback standard. Number 2, building siting standards for the frontage build-to zone requirement. So that build-to zone area, that's the area that I was saying from your setback where your building facade should be kind of generally located within. And it's from 0 feet from the setback line to 10 feet from the setback line. So again, setback line is the fuchsia colored line. And that 10-foot build-to zone extends to here. The proposed building's facade, the building addition is within that build-to zone. The existing building goes well beyond that. because of its location. So unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. Strict application of the 0 to 10-foot build-to zone would prevent preservation and adaptive reuse of the existing building along South Tryon. Compliance would require substantial alteration to the or removal of the existing building. Its frontage along South Tryon Street, undermining its adaptive reuse and intent of the project. The hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. The hardship results from the narrowness and limited depth of the site, the existing building's location relative to South Tryon Street's right of way, need to maintain the existing vehicle access point, and CDOT has indicated a preference to maintain the existing right of way and access conditions, limiting the ability to adjust the frontage and to meet the prescribed build-to zone requirements. The hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant. Hardship is based on the pre-existing physical conditions, including the existing placement and established frontage condition, existing access location. The applicant is proposing a new building placement outside of the build-to zone rather than the request. Applicant is not proposing to a new building placement outside of the build-to zone. Rather, the request is necessary to preserve and reuse the existing historic structure currently on the site. And the variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. Variance request supports the intent of the TOD-UC district by allowing adaptive reuse of the existing 1920s building near the transit station or near transit while maintaining an active urban frontage along South Tryon Street to the extent feasible. The project preserves existing street-facing building conditions and reinvests in the site rather than requiring demolition or reconstruction solely to satisfy the build-to zone standard. And then build-to percentage or I think that should say minimum build-to percentage rather than minimum build-to zone percentage. But basically within the build-to zone, you have to have a certain percentage of your structure within that, and the ordinance requires that to be 80% of your structure or 80% of the facade be within that build-to zone area. 40% is what's proposed. And the percentage of the building facade that shall be located within the build-to zone it's calculated by that building facade. So again, that's the build-to zone area. And then basically the portion of that, your facades that are within that is what counts towards the 80% requirement. Unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. Strict application of the 80% build-to zone percentage or build-to percentage, along South Tryon Street would be impractical because the existing building frontage does not occupy enough of the required frontage length, and expanding the building to meet the standard would conflict with preserving the existing historic structure, required site circulation and vehicular access. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. It results from the narrowness of and limited frontage depth, existing building location, and a need to maintain existing vehicular access points. CDOT has indicated their preference to maintain that existing access point and right-of-way conditions, further limiting the ability to reconfigure or add to the building area to achieve that 80% build-to percentage requirement. The hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant. It's tied to the pre-existing physical conditions, including the existing building's footprint, existing building frontage length, and established access condition. Applicant is not creating a new frontage deficiency. Rather, the request is necessary to allow adaptive reuse of the existing building with the constraints already present on the property. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The requested modification to 40% allows the project to preserve and activate the existing building while maintaining functional site access and circulation. The project still supports TOD-UC intent by reinvesting in that existing urban site near transit and improving the pedestrian-oriented frontage to the extent feasible. Okay, number 4, Article 13.3, 13.3A. Building articulation standards to reduce the requirement for the minimum building length as a percentage of the lot width along South Tryon from 60% to 40% due to the existing building. So the existing or the lot is about 117 feet wide at the front there, and the existing building is about 60 feet wide. The proposed rooftop addition is about 47 feet wide. So basically your building length along your frontage is supposed to be 60% of whatever the frontage is. So that's about, I think it's about 70 something feet. I think it's, yeah, 72 feet, I believe. Or check and make sure, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, 72 feet. So unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. It would require increasing the building frontage from approximately 60 feet to approximately 72 feet along South Tryon Street. Require the expansion or reconstruction of the existing building frontage, which is impractical while preserving the existing historic 1920s structure and maintaining functional site access. The hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, the existing building's fixed frontage length, the narrowness of the site and the existing building's relationship to South Tryon Street, and the need to maintain the existing vehicular access point. These conditions limit the ability to extend the building frontage to meet the required 60% frontage length. Hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. It's based on pre-existing conditions, including existing building location and dimensions, existing frontage condition, established access location. Applicant is seeking to preserve and adaptively reuse the existing historic 1920s building rather than creating a new building frontage that fails to meet the standard. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The requested modification allows the existing building frontage to remain while supporting the adaptive reuse of the property. Although the building frontage is less than the required percentage, the project preserves the existing 1920s urban building, maintains street presence along South Tryon Street, and supports the reinvestment in the site without unnecessary demolition. Number 5, Article 20.9, Table 20-2, Table and 20-3, to waive the required 25-foot wide Class B landscape yard due to the existing driveway and building. So again, there's the existing building here. There's the existing parking that we saw in the street view imagery. The 25-foot landscape yard would fall about where this green dashed line is. So essentially would eliminate or impact the location of the existing driveway, which is right here at the edge of the screen, and all the existing parking that exists along the site's southwest boundary. The applicant has agreed to the condition that they will provide a masonry site wall and evergreen landscaping for the screening along the southwest property line as generally depicted on the variance plan exhibit. So that's here. There's some walls and then screening shrubs that would be provided along that area where those cars would be parked. And then back here, those would be within the proposed building and screened by the louvered wall that would be constructed. Unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. Strict application of the required landscape yard would eliminate or substantially impair the only practical vehicular access serving the property. Providing the required landscape yard width while maintaining the existing driveway and accommodating safe vehicular circulation would significantly reduce the functionality of the site and jeopardize the adaptive reuse of the existing building. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. It's results from the property's constrained size, the location of the existing driveway, limited frontage available for the site access, and the existing building and parking layout. The property, as we saw, is approximately 117 feet wide. The existing building is about 60 feet wide. That leaves about 57 feet of space between the building and the abutting residential use to the southwest of the site. And the existing driveway and surface parking are located within that 57 feet of space. Additionally, CDOT has indicated the preference to have that existing site location remain, leaving no practical opportunity to provide a required landscape yard without adversely affecting the site's access. Hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. It's the result of the pre-existing site conditions, including the established driveway location, existing building placement, and physical dimensions of the property. The applicant is preserving the existing access configuration in response to the existing site conditions and transportation agency guidance. Requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulations. It remains consistent with the intent of the landscape yard requirements by providing alternative screening measures that achieve substantially the same visual buffering objective. The project proposes a combination of masonry screening walls and evergreen landscaping to soften the views of the parking area while preserving safe site access, supporting adaptive reuse of the property, and maintaining functionality within the this constrained urban site. Number 6, 20.5, 25E15. To reduce the width of the parking lot screening from 5 feet to 2 feet, the 3-foot reduction. Again, this is along that southwest property boundary. The 5-foot wide screening would be about where this green dash line is. And again, there's the condition that they're proposing with the walls and evergreen screening shrubs. And what would be basically reduce that down, that would be within a 2-foot space between this parking spaces and the property line. Unnecessary hardship would result from a strict application of the regulation. The required parking lot screening and dimension would reduce the functional parking area and impair the project's ability to preserve a portion of the existing parking necessary to support adaptive reuse of the existing building. The existing parking lot is located within 2 feet of the property line. Requiring the full 5 feet would adversely impact the existing vehicular access and circulation, reducing the functionality of the already small site and feasibility of the proposed redevelopment. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. It results from the property's constrained size, existing building location, the established parking layout, limited area available to meet parking area and property boundaries, and need to maintain only practical vehicular access point. In addition, CDOT and NCDOT have recommended maintaining the existing access configuration, further limiting opportunities to accommodate required parking with required parking lot screening while preserving the portion of the existing parking. Hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. Results from pre-existing site conditions, including limited dimensions of the property, existing building and parking layout, established driveway location, minimum dimensions necessary to accommodate safe vehicular maneuverability, as shown on the applicant's variance plan exhibit. The applicant is working with the existing physical constraints to preserve a portion of the existing parking and adaptively reuse the existing building. Requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulations. With the existing screening strip, there's the metal fence and deciduous vegetation. And as shown on the variance plan exhibit, the applicant would install a combination of a masonry wall and evergreen landscaping within the 2-foot screening area. The masonry wall and evergreen vegetation will provide improved year-round screening of vehicles and their headlights, consistent with the intent of the parking lot screening standards. Although the screening dimension is reduced to 2 feet, the proposed design will continue to effectively buffer the views of the parking area while preserving a portion of the existing parking supply, maintaining safe vehicular access and circulation, and supporting adaptive reuse of the property.
Real quick. I recall there's some vegetation between the residential units and the parking lot now.
Mhm.
That on the residential property, or is that on their property?
So
Back to, they're talking about putting a wall up with evergreen.
yeah,
Yeah, so see,
yeah, all that stuff there.
yeah, is that all on the residential property? Are they gonna tear all that down?
I'm not sure how much of it is on the residential side versus the applicant's side. The applicants can probably speak more to that. It's the property line kind of runs down the middle of that strip. So a lot of it's probably like right on the property line. But basically from the applicant's plans, they would have 2 feet from the curb stops to the property line to provide the wall and evergreen shrubs. So some of this may come out. I don't know how much would come out.
So if you go to the
Plan view?
the plan that you showed them right there. So where that wall ends, and then you have the building and the parking louvers and all that stuff.
Yep.
Is there gonna be any buffer in between that and the residential?
So because that's not surface parking, you're not required to have parking lot screening because it's not a surface parking lot. So they are required to obviously screen it from view with, and that's well, they would have the louvers, but they are meeting the 5-foot side setback here.
Okay, got
Yeah, I think, well, you can't really see it here, but this would be the facade. This would be the area of the parking that would be facing the resident. If you imagine we're at the residential property looking at the building, this is the facade you would be looking at. So this is the area where that parking would be, and they would have the 5-foot setback here, and then surface parking would be in this area here. It's too far. Where was I at? Did I finish 6?
Yep.
Number 7, Article 19.7 C2C I and II, design of parking structures to reduce the ground floor activation requirement from 90% to 20%, a 78% reduction, and reduce the 20-foot depth requirement from 20 feet to 10 feet, a 10-foot reduction. So the area in green would be the area that would be required to have active use, 90% of that area. And the 20-foot dimension is kind of what I've measured out here in as far as depth. And you can see that that would pretty much eliminate the parking that would be proposed along here, because in order to meet that active, you might have like one space left to get that 90% requirement. The proposed building addition is shown here in gray. And then they do have the active use tenant at the corner. And the condition is associated with this variance request is that they would be improving the public open space area that's on the city's property in coordination with the city. And I don't know if city center partners would be involved or not, but it's owned by the city of Charlotte, so they would have to coordinate with us with any sort of improvements that they would do. Unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. Applicants are proposing, or sorry, would not result from the strict application of the regulation. So applicants are proposing a hotel building addition with one level of ground floor parking with car stackers at the rear portion of the site. The ground level parking is a parking structure and would require a minimum of 20-foot by 20-foot active use space for 90% of the frontage along the rail trail. With new construction, it could be possible to design the site to accommodate the required active space. The hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property, though. There's approximately 60 feet between the rear of the building and the setback line. To accounting for 20-foot deep active space would you'd only have 40 feet that would remain at the rear of the site for elements such as parking, vehicular maneuverability, any sort of mechanical rooms or pedestrian access at the rear of the site. So we do agree that the site is constrained at the rear because of the existing building's location and proximity to the rear property line. But we do believe that there's basically a way that there's probably ways you could get creative and accommodate that, or since it's new construction, they have some flexibility there. They're not having to work around the existing building at the back because there's not a building at the back.
They would have to move parking though.
They would have to address parking though. And TODUC does not have a parking minimum except for like restaurant uses, and they are proposing the rooftop addition would have potential restaurant space. They would have to provide, at least currently, our current ordinance, they would have to provide some amount of minimum parking for that use. The hotel does not have a minimum parking requirement, but the other restaurant uses would. Hardship does result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. The applicant's proposed site design and proposed new addition causes the hardship. Requested variance is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance regulation. The variance request is substantial reduction from the required active space. The intent of the regulation is to introduce increased activity along public paths. In addition, the site is located adjacent to the Bland Street station with a high level of visibility and potential for direct access from the transit station platform to the building and active uses. The proposal for 20% ground floor activation is not proportional to the site's location at a transit station centrally located in the south end with high level of pedestrian activity. Number 8, and this is the roof overhang variance request from table 18.3, or sorry, Article 18.3, table 18-2. To allow roof overhang and supporting posts to encroach in the required frontage setback along South Tryon Street for architectural features on the roof of the existing building. Roof overhangs, again, are not listed in Article 18 as an architectural feature that can encroach. And again, this is a zoomed in view showing the 20-foot frontage setback line, the proposed roof overhang extent. And again, here's a top-down view of that. The roof overhang extent is this green dashed line. Existing, or the proposed building addition is this heavy dark line. Unnecessary hardship would not result from the strict application of the regulation. Ordinance allows architectural features such as awnings to encroach up to 4 feet into the frontage setback and eaves to encroach up to 3 feet. The proposed roof overhang is considered to be a structural part of the building and not allowed to encroach. According to the applicant's variance plan exhibit, roof overhang would encroach about 12 feet into the setback. And there's not a hardship to with the ordinance because applicants could design a rooftop addition that complies with the ordinance regulations. Hardship results from conditions peculiar to the property. Hardship results from existing building's location within the required setback, the constrained dimensions of the site, and the commitment to preserve and adaptively reuse the existing historic structure. The unique conditions limit the ability to locate a rooftop amenities outside of the setback while remaining within the existing building's footprint. The hardship does result from actions that were taken by the applicant or the property owner. The proposed design and of the rooftop addition creates the hardship. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The requested variance is consistent with the intent of the ordinance by allowing a rooftop amenity that would enhance the usability of the existing building without increasing the building's footprint. The proposed rooftop improvements would activate the building along South Tryon Street's frontage and support the adaptive reuse of the property while maintaining the existing urban development pattern. Number 9, Article 18.3, Table 18-2, architectural features to allow awnings and sunshades to encroach into the required frontage setback along the rail trail. Again, that required frontage or the required frontage setback is 5 feet. The proposed awnings would encroach all the way up to the 5-foot setback line, or sorry, all the way up to the property line within that 5 feet. Article 18 allows the awnings to encroach up to 4 feet into a frontage setback. Unnecessary hardship was not result from the strict application of the regulation. Frontage setback along the rail trail is 5 feet, and the table 18-2 allows awnings to encroach up to 4 feet into frontage setbacks. The applicant seek to waive the requirement, which would allow 1 additional foot of encroachment, such that awnings could extend up to the property line. The applicants could provide awnings that just met the ordinance requirement within the allowed encroachment. The ordinance, the hardship does not result from conditions peculiar to the property, and there's not a condition peculiar to the property that would necessitate this variance request. Hardship does result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. The applicant's proposed design with the building constructed up to the 5-foot setback line, and then proposing awnings that are greater than 5 feet deep creates the hardship. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The requested variance is consistent with the intent of the ordinance by enhancing the pedestrian experience and encouraging active use of the light rail frontage. The proposed awnings and sunshades will support the proposed ground floor active use. Provides shade and weather protection for patrons as well as those entering and exiting the primary entrances along the facade, and contribute to a vibrant public realm for site visitors, rail trail users, light rail passengers, without adversely affecting the adjacent properties and public infrastructure. And then lastly, number 10.
Before that, John, for the applicants, the purpose of the awnings, is it purely aesthetic?
No, our intention is to activate that entire area that John to as the Fowler porch, which is this trapezoidal land. Maybe we'll look back at the plan, you can see it, and to create a real amenity back there for the rail trail adjacent to that station. So it's going to be a place for some tables to people sit and have breakfast or whatever, without the sun beating on. It's not really just for aesthetic purposes.
And then, so number 10, variance from Article 13.3E, Table 13-4, transparency standards to waive the requirement for transparency as a percentage of wall area between 3 and 10 feet from grade along the rail trail public path frontage. Condition, they have agreed to a condition or offered a condition that the transparency would exceed the ordinance requirements on the upper levels. But this area on the ground level, that would be the area where they would seek to waive the requirement. And the requirement is 60% of the facade is required to be transparent. Unnecessary hardship would not result from the strict application of the regulation. Ordinance requires a minimum of 60% transparency for a wall area. As depicted on the variance plan exhibit, the proposed building will have an area for active use and building services and a parking area with car stackers on the ground level of the site along the rail trail frontage. With new construction, it could be possible to design the site to accommodate the required transparency. Hardship does not result from conditions that are peculiar to the property. There's not a condition peculiar to the property that would necessitate the variance request. Hardship does result from actions that were taken by the applicant or the property owner. The applicant's proposed design creates the hardship as the building could be designed to meet the transparency requirements. The requested variance is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. The intent of the regulation is to provide facades with transparent windows and doors along frontages and avoid blank walls. Additionally, the regulation provides visibility into active spaces. The applicant's variance request would reduce the visibility of the ground level parking. However, if the parking structure was designed to include active use space, the variance for transparency would not be necessary. And then the last photo exhibit or exhibit number 45 is the photo of the sign on the property. And that concludes staff's presentation, and turn it over to you all for questions, and then the applicant can present. And I think we have a presentation we can pull up before we dive into that.
Good thing you're paid by the hour. Super job digesting that down to small pieces. Thank you.
So, my question about the ground floor transparency, and it may be, I don't know if this is going to be for staff and if the property owner or the applicant may address this as they go in, but I guess the question for staff is if these openings were to be changed from louvers to glazed openings, they would meet the ordinance. Is that correct?
Provided it was glazing that met the light transmittancy
Right.
requirements, they would count towards the ordinance requirements, yes.
Okay. And so I would assume that the addition of it's my assumption that the addition of glazing would limit airflow, and therefore there'd have to be a mechanical fan added to make up for that. Is that
My limited knowledge of architectural requirements based on parking structures, yes, if
Okay.
you got something that's like below ground or more enclosed, you have to provide that ventilation through fans and air pumps and that sort of thing.
okay? Thanks.
Questions for staff or the applicant? Do we have anybody in opposition?
Nope, don't think so.
So I guess another question, so going to variance 8 with the rooftop structures and required setbacks, so in thinking about the purpose and intent of the required front setback to the future curb line, we're talking about a future curb line
Yeah,
setback.
yeah, well, in reality, the curb line's not gonna move here because they would have to like tear down the building, so.
Right.
I think the curb stays. The ordinance would also trigger relocating or putting in a planting strip and widening the sidewalk. They're gonna be working through, when they come in for land development, they'll work with CDOT and planning staff to make modifications to those streetscape improvements and standards. But the dimension required is measured from the future curb line, wherever that is.
Mhm.
So that's where that setback is measured from as well.
And a front setback, the purpose and intent of a front setback, I guess, in some ways is to, I mean, you go to the future curb line, then you set back from there, and that's for daylight into the streets and things like that. So
Yeah, provide some separation between the building and, the pedestrian realm and the vehicular area. So that's, and then also, so you don't create tunnels of buildings and especially in more urban areas. So that's kind of the purpose and intent of those. But again, this is on the roof, so it doesn't have quite as much of an impact, but the ordinance replies that vertically to the heaven, basically.
Yeah, I get it.
Further questions?
I have a question about item number 7. Is there any alternatives to the 70% point reduction? Or activation?
So the ordinance doesn't really provide any explicit alternatives. It does say that things like mechanical rooms and hallways, access points and that kind of stuff, I think are either exempted or allowed to count. I can't remember exactly what the terminology is, but basically that's not held against you if you have mechanical equipment and that kind of thing that you have to provide room for.
It seems like based on the condition and what the applicant said so far, that the alternative that they're proposing is that they kind of work in a public-private partnership type of way to create a public park in the front, to create an activity space out there that might mitigate the fact there's there's not a lot of building activity. There's going to be playful activity out in the park in the front.
Yeah, because they're just using that space for parking, right?
Currently, the space, you had they had that little seesaw that he was talking about right now, or like it was used for a while, then it was taken away. And so right now it's just like weeds and rain. Yeah.
John, can you bring up that picture that you have, the diagram for number 7?
Yeah, just say, sorry.
You can go forward in our presentation if you want. It's better.
I don't know which one, but
Which image did you want to see?
Number 7.
Number 7, you said?
Yep. Okay. So for the applicants, is there any alternative that you have explored for meeting this requirement besides where the parking is now proposed?
Alternatives for parking locations?
Correct.
Yes. We've tried pretty much everywhere on site. It's just so tight at the entry that back of the site where there's not an existing building is our only option. Hence the 11 car stackers that we're installing as well. At the end of the day, we're going to end up with 33 parking spaces in total.
Did you look at adding a second floor of parking, like ramp it up and then putting a floor of parking over?
Yes, we've looked at that as well. It's so tight that you couldn't have a turnaround or anything else on that structure. As well, and something else that I don't think was mentioned, but the height of the first floor parking space is really driven by the existing building as well. It's in line with the top of the rear of the existing building, intentionally. So it's building section.
Y'all probably
Building's
have
kind
better.
of
Y'all probably have better.
level. Isn't that building kind
Yes,
of a
sir.
split level thing going on in there?
Yeah, it's a pretty wonky building. It's got 3-ish levels on the front, 2 in the back, but it steps down in the middle. So the alternative would be to, somehow go over top of the entire existing building, which I don't even think we could install the foundations on the north side because of how tight we are to the property line.
Maybe a good idea to let the applicants make their presentation. That might answer some of your other questions. And then if y'all have any additional questions for us after that, then we can get into those.
Yeah.
Very good. Good morning. I'm Bradford Klotz. My son and I are the owners of the property. John, I wanted to thank you for an excellent job working your way through that. The fact you kept everybody awake shows you what a good job you do. We're a father and son team who are developing this property. I've been a banker by trade, but I've been involved in the hotel industry for 35 years. And my son is a recent graduate of NYU, the hospitality program there. So we're excited to work on this project. We have family in Charlotte, and the business I was involved in has had an office here for 30 years. So we are somewhat attached to the city, excited about it. when we first became aware of this building, we were introduced to the folks at City Center Partners. And they were very helpful in guiding us on trying to figure out what the city wanted here. They seem to be excited by the notion of retaining this historic building. There are not many of them left in Charlotte. They seem to get torn down and towers get put up instead. And they asked that we, in particular, focus on activating both facades, both the Tryon Street facade and the rail trail facade. And on the Tryon Street side, John talked about the rooftop bar, but the ground floor was an image in one of these pictures. We also intend to make that a restaurant and to have a small amount of indoor-outdoor seating to try and activate what's now kind of a dead frontage on Tryon Street. So we were trying to be good citizens with respect to that. We've also been in conversation with the Historic Preservation Department, and John Howard is here. And we were seeking status as a historically preserved building. So we're trying very hard to retain the existing structure, some of the architectural features that it has. And we're hopeful that that'll be a successful process. Again, trying to be a good citizen here and to accomplish what the city wants. Our plan is to build an upscale boutique hotel. If you've been in other cities, boutique hotels pop up all over the place. They're relatively few here in Charlotte, and people seem excited about the notion of adding, a nice upscale hotel. Also in this evolving, exciting area in the South End. We've gotten really overwhelming support in terms of what we're trying to accomplish here. Our goal is to have the charm of the historic renovation, to have nicely appointed, beautifully appointed rooms, a lovely restaurant and bar, and some traditional Southern hospitality. And we think that will have a decent chance of making this a success. I have to say, to justify the investment, it has to be an upscale hotel. We have to be able to achieve a premium in terms of the room rates. And to do that, parking, valet parking is kind of a critical element. So we've squeezed in 33 car spaces into this small space. To give those away is really a problem in terms of our overall viability of the business. The other point that I wanted to make, which we touched on, was the transparency and setback requirements on the rail trail side. What we feel is that we're activating the building, activating that facade in a much nicer way than would exist if we just had some retail sites there with glass frontage. And that is by working with the city to take that Fowler Terrace, it's kind of a funny trapezoid space. It's on average, the building would be about 25 feet back from the actual rail trail. So the 20 feet that we're talking about inside the building, we're doing on the outside of the building. And we're proposing to invest our money to improve that area, which I think Mr. Williamson characterized as being kind of weedy and dirt now, and to improve that area by the Land Street stop. And we would be prepared to have a commitment to maintain it over time too. So it would include some seating, some landscaping, some tables and chairs out there that people could grab a coffee or something and enjoy that part of that part of the rail trail. So we're trying hard to be good partners and to partner with the city and to accomplish what it is that they want in a space that really is constrained. And that's what's led us to ask for these variances. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patty and Sam, who know the specifics better than I do.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. for our team to be able to share a few of the variances that are relative to the site that we wanted to discuss further with you. And John, just wanted to echo Roddy's sentiments. Thank you for the very thorough lead-in to the conversation. So we do have a presentation to share to discuss some of the variances. It ties back to the ways in which we feel that the proposed project will align to the spirit of the UDO, but while also identifying the context-sensitive solutions that respond to the realities of the site. We've been talking for the last, I don't know how many minutes, about some of the challenges that we have related to the site, the size, the configuration, and the fact that we are trying to preserve this existing 1920 structure. And the only site access for the project, and then an unusual rail corridor frontage as well. So the requested variances represent minimum relief necessary to overcome some of these physical constraints, while also, one of our ultimate goals is to deliver very meaningful public realm and experiences as part of this project. And we'll discuss that a little bit further into the presentation. So we did want to run through some of the existing site building restraints, which we'll probably go through quickly because John's already hit on a lot of those. Some of our project goals, and then goals of the Charlotte Rail Trail itself, and then highlighting some of the variances that John's already talked through, but some that staff have noted that they are not able to fully support. We want to talk through this a bit further with you. Our site is located at 1447 South Tryon. This is an interesting intersection here. So we are at South Tryon, West Summit Avenue, and then Camden Road. Obviously, we have the light rail and Bland Station that we are adjacent to as well. The Dimensional Fund site, rail yard development is down the way. Some of the facts of the site, we already talked through this 1920s historic structure that we are aiming to preserve, which has long been called the Fowler Building. Our intention is to preserve it. Mr. John Howard, who is here with us today, as Roddy mentioned, we've been working with the Historic Landmark Department through those efforts. And there is one site access point that we discussed prior as well. Obviously, a very narrow parcel that we are within. And we have, to John's point, been coordinating with NCDOT and CDOT throughout this process regarding the only site access point, and they are in support of keeping that curb cut as is. So given some of the physical constraints and characteristics of the site, this does limit our developable area. And we also have physical site constraints as to where parking can be placed, as we've talked through already. So some of the goals for our site would be to screen the intended parking that we are looking to include in order to support the proposed use of the boutique hotel that Roddy spoke through, and the food and beverage components associated with the site as well. And then we look to activate the exterior through that reimagination of Fowler Porch, which would provide, and we feel, a greater benefit to the community and the users of the Cross Charlotte Trail through what we're trying to look to do there through the activation itself. And that activated exterior use would benefit from some of the shade elements that we've been talking through for the proposed cafe and some of the outdoor seating components. This slide does include a proposed architectural footprint that notes where the proposed cafe and potential bicycle rental storage would exist along the light rail frontage. And it really does tie to our intention to help to start activate this edge along the Cross Charlotte Trail, or I'm sorry, the Charlotte Rail Trail. And then throughout the remainder of the site, we are limited with the amount of space we have for additional outdoor seating opportunities. There may be an opportunity out here closer to South Tryon, but again, one of our biggest concerns is how are we presenting ourselves and really pulling people through the site along the light rail. How are we creating an added benefit for the community, everyone that will be coming through there, the station users, the rail trail users, everyone cycling, walking, coming through that corridor itself. And as Roddy and John had mentioned, there would be integrated upper level food and beverage components as well. So how we're pulling people from the rail trail side into the site and to some of those components and elements is important. It's also important to note that the requested relief that we're discussing today still does advance and remains true to the spirit of the UDO and the ordinance. And it is providing measurable public benefits. This project would fulfill the intent of the UDO through just different design solutions that we've been studying and exploring to this unique site and its constraints, which along the way we've identified there are some literal compliance hardships, and it makes some of the literal compliance components impractical for the site. The three variances that we'd like to discuss further with you are the reduction in ground floor activation percentage along the eastern light rail frontage, also the allowance of awnings and sunshades, as we had discussed, and then the reduction of the ground floor transparency along that frontage as well. We would like to discuss some of the goals of the Charlotte Rail Trail and how that has been crafted and envisioned to this point, and how we are looking to align to that. So the three variances we feel do align to the overall goals of the rail trail, and this vision plan is from 2013. Just reading a couple of excerpts from that. Charlotte's Rail Trail will be a vibrant public park that winds through the heart of downtown. The 4-mile trail will connect neighborhoods from Sedgefield, South Side Park, Brook Hill, Dilworth, Wilmore, South End, and Uptown, but will belong to everyone within the Queen City. The rail trail will become a place to discover cafes and bars, explore galleries, see artists at work, stumble upon an impromptu concert, stroll with your family, or relax on a bench and watch the city come to life around you. Also, a part of this is in discussion around the Blue Line. Again, just everyone being passionate about creating a very dynamic and activated space along the light rail itself. It notes public art, creating unique spaces for people to sit and linger and enjoy themselves and have a coffee, have an area of respite after a long cycle or a long walk. And here, this is starting to get into the more granular sense of some of the variances that we've already discussed, the ground floor activation requirement. A lot of this we've already spoken to, but again, our true intention and at the core and the heart of this project is the preservation of the existing building and how strongly we feel about that. But inside of that, along with that, are some of the other constraints we've talked about. So redeveloping Fowler Porch, and we're looking at the activation as doing it in just a different manner. It still would be in the spirit and true intent of the ordinance, but it would be, instead of the inner workings of the interior of the building, we're looking to the exterior, which is more forward facing. It has the direct interface with the light rail and the rail trail users, and how important that is to really elevate that. And some of the things, and we've already talked about a few of these, but the outdoor dining and seating, landscaping, and really enhancing and elevating that. But also potential art opportunities that we've talked through as a team. That's very important to this, this space as well. And just how are we, again, truly enhancing the pedestrian experience and how that's being viewed along the, again, one of the largest multimodal corridors that we have. This is the wedge that we've been discussing, known as Fowler Porch. And we did talk through kind of the depth and some of the percentage requirements to this point. Again, we've been working with CATS and Center City Partners, and we have a couple of folks from Center City Partners here with us today, James Labar and Clint Mullis, who we've been coordinating with. They're really excited about the concepts that we've been developing, and just wanted to let you know that we've been in collaboration with them as well as CATS, and they were here to speak in favor of what we've been exploring and to answer any questions as well. But this word is very key and important: stewardship, and how we're keeping that in mind and what we're trying to create and provide along this corridor. This slide hits on a lot of the same things that we've been discussing. And again, this notion of stewardship. How are we really taking responsibility for a space that's been underutilized to this point? We referenced the seesaw and some other elements, but if you were to walk out there today, it's gravel, there isn't any enhanced landscaping, no seating opportunities. It's in need of something, and we're trying to collaborate with others to figure out what that may be, and how we enhance and create a very dynamic environment. This is just an enlargement of the cafe and potential bicycle rental storage component along the northeast corner of the building and the main entry along that facade. And then here are some renderings, again, tied back to some of what John had shown prior. That notion or idea of elevated tiered seating opportunities with overhead shade components tied to the cafe. So people are able to eat, drink, take a relaxing moment from the rail trail itself and how it's activating the proposed use. This is a diagram that's another way of looking just in 2D form and how we've explored laying this space out, that relationship or balance of hardscape to landscape, and where we feel it's important to offer that lushness along the edges, the seating components and opportunities. Access is very important, having an accessible access point where we would need or want stairs, etc. And this is another rendering that takes that diagram to another level. Just thinking about how that we would create a very lush environment and a strong sense of place here. And then some additional renderings that give you a peek at more or a larger extent of the building and some of the transparency that we talked about that would be in excess of what we would be looking to provide at that lower level, just again, because of the parking and the car stacker scenario. And just a color version.
So the car stackers go 3 stories up almost?
No, let's see
They go about to the midpoint
here.
of the, yeah, and then, like I said before, the additional height is to have it looks like the second level of the interior of the building in line with the edge of the existing building.
This slide is touching on the awnings or sunshade component and what we were looking to do and provide along this back facade. Well, we don't want to think of it as a back facade, along the light rail frontage and facade. And that in part with some additional potential shade opportunities will help create a very desirable and comfortable space for users. And then the transparency variance that we've been speaking to at great length and how that has come to be because of the parking needs to support the proposed use. And Sam, I don't know if you or Roddy want to speak to some of there's also a natural ventilation component to the parking area that we wanted to bring up. I don't know if you all want to speak to that a little bit more specifically.
Yeah, I think it was touched on a little bit already, but the goal of the screening is for natural ventilation of our parking system. And then there's also additional issues with blazing systems that I think have been brought up before of thermal cycling, because it's going to be entirely exposed to the elements, vibration from the car stackers, as well as the garage itself. What happens if somebody runs into it, as well as, you know, a big open area that's going to be visible from the light rail of nice cars, other issues that could cause some theft concerns inside our building.
I also don't think people really want to stare through glass at cars parked on stacker. So this is intended to be a more attractive solution than the glass would result.
Just a bit more about the glazing, but this is an important note that we are replacing that transparency requirement with what we feel is in a heightened and elevated, enhanced type of environment and atmosphere for users. And just in closing, again, really appreciate your all's time today, just listening to all of the information about the project itself and all of our requests. And just wanted to note that these requests don't come forward as an avoidance of the intent of the UDO, but rather to achieve intent through, again, a context sensitive solution in different ways that we've looked at complying, but working with the ordinance itself for a site that is very narrow, that where we're trying to preserve the building itself that is there, trying to maintain the only vehicular site access point, which is very important to the success of being able to have anything within the site. These are just some of the challenges and realities that we have in front of us with the site itself, but we strongly feel that what we've described, we can create a very vibrant, active, dynamic environment that would be beneficial to the community, not just to the users of this proposed site, but it really ties back to the community as a whole, given the very thoughtful treatment that we would like to propose for the light rail corridor itself. Just feel that we would be able to achieve that in a multitude of ways. So thank you.
Curious to know why it has yet to be mentioned in this presentation or during this entire application process that the Fowler porch and the entire back area that these last 4 bullets are talking about has not been listed as an amenity for your hotel. Why is it not? I'm a Cornell hotel alum, so I have a little skin in the game here. You haven't mentioned anything about utilizing it as a benefit or amenity for your hotel. And the reason why I'm mentioning it is because there's an incentive for you to keep this property well maintained, but you haven't mentioned it as an amenity. And so I'm curious, you've only talked about the benefit to people on the trail. And I'm curious why you presented it that way.
So I would say firstly that it's not our property. So we don't have it yet entirely worked out with CATS or the other city departments who are going to be responsible for, coming to an arrangement with us. And secondly, while it is an entrance to the hotel, and we would propose it to be a public entrance that people who want to enter the hotel can come in from that Bland Street site, that it's not really a focus of a place for hotel guests. We're going to try and use what was referred to as the courtyard, that rooftop, to create an amenity there instead. So yes. And the bicycle or rental that Hattie referred to is also an amenity for hotel guests. So if you stay there, you can get a bike and you can go use it. But I guess it just wasn't first and foremost in our minds as being an important amenity for the guests, more for the community.
I think this project is in a very unique position where it can offer amenities more so to the city than to our actual building. There's not a lot of projects that are directly adjacent to a light rail station. And that's kind of why we wanted to involve Center City Partners, because we knew they were very passionate about the area. So the focus more so was how do we give the light rail and the rail trail, the people of Charlotte that might not ever stay at the hotel, an amenity while also obviously benefiting the project.
So you've conversed with Michael Smith from Center City?
Team members of his
Team, okay.
Yes, we have James and Clint from Center City Partners here. James specifically is who I've been speaking with the most. We've met on site a couple of times. I've probably called him once a week for the past 4 months to talk about this project.
Is there is your plan to have some kind of a long-term agreement with the city? Okay, so that if you don't own the land, it would be some kind of.
Whether it's a lease or an easement or something, that we would have the right to improve it, and then we would take responsibility for stewarding it and maintaining it.
Could you both share that microphone? It really helps.
Oh yeah, sorry. Do I need to push it?
So that agreement has not been met yet.
Correct.
And the folks on the Center City Partners are going to help with that?
I hope so.
And who else has got skin in that game? Did you say? The CDOT, who else?
Oh, well, CATS, we've been.
CATS, okay.
collaborating.
That's okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I've got a question. So in thinking about variance request 7, we've got the percentage of ground floor activation, and then kind of tacked on at the end, we also have a reduction of 20 feet deep to 10 feet deep. And so from staff, I guess, first of all, just thinking about purpose and intent of where did we come up with the number 20 versus 10?
I don't know. I could try to research that and find out, but I'm not sure there's a certain amount of depth you need to make some, a business or a use functional. So I assume that 20 feet is probably about the bare minimum to kind of provide kind of walkway and walkway space and have maybe a rack or a shelf on either side of you, that sort of thing. So that's probably where the 20 feet is.
So more than likely, it's the viability of a functional space for use that could actually be used for something other than a closet.
So you can have more vacant retail space with nobody in there to see through.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning too, we have this weird, it's city property, but we have this trapezoid that's Fowler Porch. If you consider the activation point as the rail trail, which I think, I mean, essentially what it's going to be if we are able to make these adjustments. There's maybe a small section on the left here that's not gonna technically have that 20-foot dimension, but everything else will be well in excess of that.
The exterior, you mean?
Yeah, so our activation is out. So I think the guideline was written originally on the assumption that the building would come right to the rail trail. And since we have this parcel that sits in between, we're taking advantage of that and activating that as opposed to creating something under the building.
Can you pull up the floor plan?
The enlargement or the?
Yeah, there you go.
This
part.
who owns the Fowler Porch?
It's a city,
They're not waiving it apparently.
Is the city offered to give that land to the developer to let him activate it? I mean,
I can't imagine they'll give it to us, but if they did, we would take it, but I'm guessing that we'll have to.
would that give y'all more room to
Try for the variance.
create a better parking scenario? Or a more spacious parking scenario to where you
Which is
might
why
be able to do a deck or two?
We honestly, we haven't even considered that. We're going through the process of the right of way ban with the cats right now as well.
Denied here.
Right now, their right of way overlaps our site, so we're gonna be happy if we can just get through with that process. Never considered
Much more, but
obtaining that piece of land.
it's really different. They're one, if it's.
But we did spend a lot of time trying to look at ramps and figuring out whether we could have multi-story. There's just not enough space there. The stackers it's sort of a.
That's worst case scenario.
I will say that if there's items that they're not waiving entirely that are design related, some of those design, I don't know if this is, we'd have to check and see. I don't know that the activation requirement is something that is subject to the Alternative Compliance Review Board. The Alternative Compliance Review Board, which is a separate quasi judicial body from you all, does have the ability to provide alternative to design and standards. But I'm gonna check and make sure and see if Article 19 is subject to that. I don't believe that it is. So I think that because it's a parking structure, they have this it's a separate requirement that they can't modify. I'm pretty sure the Alternative Compliance Review Board is only able to modify the design standards for the general zoning district, the building itself, not parking structures, but I'll confirm. But feel free to continue talking while I look into that.
So do we have the ability to defer parts of this?
For what reason or for what?
Well, that John's talking about.
Oh. Alternative compliance.
Alternative compliance, is there, as an example, do we have the ability to say some parts of the variance can be approved and
So the Alternative Compliance Review Board only has authority over the standards in Article 13, not standards in Article 19. So the ground floor activation requirement for the parking structure, alternative compliance, it's a variant, either it's a variance to modify it or waive it, or, you can, if they were doing a slight modification to it and not waiving it entirely, then I guess they could seek a TOD UCEX rezoning, and the the exception would be to modify the Article 19 standards for ground floor activation and the depth requirement. And then the public benefit that you provide to get the exception could be the improvements that they're doing to file a porch, but that is a rezoning process that they would have to go through to get that.
Just to answer your question, though, yes, the board's options are to approve with conditions, to deny, or to defer. If the board feels there are questions that need to be answered or you need more information, then deferral is an option for some of them or all of them.
And going back to the viability of this space as a retail space, when you pulled up this plan, I got a little bit worried. I think that the activation of this space is something bigger or better than what's already there. I mean, right now it's a little open space and people can kind of mill around there. It's full of weeds, but it's not necessarily where people seesaw like people originally envisioned. And I think, there are things that the building can do to kind of activate that space. Having a cafe there, it would be one where people might come to it. When I think of a viable cafe, I'm not seeing things like, required restrooms for a cafe, or it just doesn't seem like a retail space has been represented there. It looks like, not necessarily viable, just kind of placeholder that could be a cafe. So it's just, I'm not getting retail vibes from that floor plan. So
I would say that while it was on the set of plans as a rental possibility, that's not our intention. Our intention is that the same operator who runs the restaurant as well, and that so you wouldn't have to have the full back of house that you would need to support it.
One thing to note about Fowler Porch, and I'm sure Center City partners would agree, a large part of our conversation was about how that space became unsafe. There were some components to it where people would kind of hide behind. I think part of why everyone was so excited when we started ideating on this was because it's eyes on the space. It's not going to be thought of as something that's left over or it doesn't have a true sense of place. We're trying to incorporate that into the overarching vision and goals for the project itself. But safety is a huge part of that in activating that and having some kind of coffee shop cafe component, we imagine that is going to draw people, and then you get a lot more eyes and visuals on this space, which just, it helps in general, just the community safety component.
If I could also remind the board, the question for you is not whether you like the vision or don't like the vision, it's whether or not the criteria are met for granting a variance.
And that's where staff struggled with this, because we think the project is good and has some benefits, but when you look at the strict variance criteria, we struggled to find that it met all of the standards.
Yeah, and I would just say that that 10-foot, the purpose and intent of 20 feet is to make sure that if you have an activated space, that you're going to get an activity. And it takes 20 feet to do that in most instances. I mean, I understand the conditions of this property, and I understand the motivations of, there are different conditions where you do have the support and back of house within the facility, and you do have the motivation to keep it active. I get that.
We have,
Which slide?
Floor plan again. We did reconfigure this space to achieve the 20-foot distance. So if that were something that you felt strongly about, we could agree to not ask for the 10-foot versus 20 feet for the activated space on the north corner.
I don't know if I want to get into the weeds like that.
It's pretty rare that actually.
I don't know that I would want to get into the weeds. I don't know that I would want to get into the weeds of changing one little thing like that.
Yeah, I agree. Any further questions for the applicants? or staff? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go into deliberations. I'll close it down, Paige. All right, does anybody have any problems with 1 through 6? Are we all in agreement that 1 through 6 we're cool with?
I'm in general agreement with the staff's assessment about the unnecessary hardship resulting from strict application of the regulations. I believe that there are many peculiarities and conditions on this specific property where the hardship results from those. The most of those hardships, most if not all of those hardships did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. And I've none of these in the top level. I don't think I think they all are consistent with the purpose and intent of the regulation, and I would support all of those variances with the conditions that are listed here that were agreed to by the owner and applicant.
Just to be clear, you're saying 1 through 10 or 1 through 6?
Sorry, 1 through 6. Yes, all of those I'm in agreement with, and we can. I think in general, the remaining ones, I think the hardships are very similar. I mean, I think that there are necessary hardship, that there are unnecessary hardships that would result from strict application of each one of these regulations that they're asking for a variance from. And that the peculiarities are very similar to the 7 through 10.
Does anybody have a problem with number 8?
For purposes of the record, I think Mr. Shea was on the right track. Maybe
Okay.
I could talk
Keep
about 1 through
everybody,
6
keep going.
first.
1 through 6.
1 through 6,
7 through
check.
Yeah.
All right, if we're okay with 1 through 6, then I would like to focus one at a time and kind of, they're all 7 through 10 are all related, and they're all related to the back of the building except for number 8, right? So let's do number 8 first. 8 is just a covered porch on the roof.
I don't see any reason why 8 doesn't get approved. I think 8 is acceptable, in my opinion.
Because it's on the second, I would agree.
It's on, it's above, it's already in the setback.
Already in there.
You're not moving the building back. It's 3 floors up or more, and
Staff agrees that it's consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent. And I agree with that as well. I think that the future back of curb, guarantees that if this thing gets torn down and rebuilt, it'll be put in the right place in the future.
Sure.
I don't know. I was sitting here asking a question to her about, cause all of it was too long and too wordy and my brain went somewhere else and I just really wanted to say no. So I'm just gonna, whatever y'all agree to, I agree to. I couldn't get it.
Welcome to the weeds.
I couldn't get it.
Amy?
Yeah, I think, I understand what their vision is and think, I'm inclined to approve.
You soft. You speak so.
Sorry?
You speak so soft.
Yeah, I'm inclined to approve.
All right, so we're kind of, looks like 1 through 6 and 8, we're all kind of in agreement. So 7, 9, and 10 are all related to the back of the building fronting the pathway. And I'd be curious to hear thoughts on this. I would like to throw one thing out, the lack of a formal agreement with CATS and everybody else involved. If we had an agreement, I should say, with CATS, I would feel very comfortable with all these. Because then there would be some kind of mandatory requirement to maintain that space, and I think it would be improved dramatically from where it is today. But that is not, and that's why I was asking Paige about a referral, because if they gave them 30 days to go get that agreement, came back, that would make me feel better. That's kind of where I was thinking. That's where it was coming from.
So as far as that's concerned, I just from a little bit of experience with the rail trail construction and how it's all come together and all the little pieces all along the rail trail. To me, it seems like I don't know of any major disputes between Katz and the property owners. It seems that Katz and Center City Partners and all work together to make sure every corner of that rail trail is not neglected. So I feel pretty confident that that'll all get smoothed out.
Plus, the hotel has a lot to make sure that they maintain that space. So I would think that would be to their benefit as well.
You've got the Center City Partners as an intermediary, and you've also got the urban design center like feet away that is going to look like their whole purpose in existence is to make Charlotte kind of come together better in an urban way. If the worst place in the whole city is like right next door, it's going to be an incentive. I think there's an incentive for a lot of people to work together to make sure this thing works and looks good.
So could we, for the discussion, start with number 7 and run through each criteria?
Right. So for number 7, in my opinion, like for the same reason, the hardship would result from strict application of the regulation for similar reasons as the first ones. I think that I don't know if the whole 10-foot thing applies directly to these hardships. I think that the applicant is incentivized to make sure that this is an activated use. And so if 10 feet's enough, and if they want to do 20 feet, they need to make that work. And if 10 feet's what makes it work, that I trust that they can make that work. So I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of trying to split these up or reevaluate one or the other. Again, peculiarities are all there. And I think it is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation. Going back to the concept of glazing versus the louvers. The overall, there's a lot of talk around the city about cars behind bars and sidewalks having these louvers makes it feel like there was a situation there where a lot of people were building parking decks right up against the sidewalk with these louvers, and they weren't good pedestrian environments. And so I think that the plans that they propose, the activation that they have, I think that the pedestrian environment would be worse off if there were a mechanical fan blowing out right there. It just would kind of disturb the friendliness, the pedestrian friendliness of that area. So I would be in support of this variance number 7.
Anybody else?
With the condition as stated by the applicant or as stated by staff.
During land development.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Amy?
Yeah, I would support variance number 7 because not doing it will essentially make the project not as feasible.
Marshall?
If you look at it from a overall perspective, they do have a lot of first floor activation on the front of the site. The peculiarity of the site is because you got a front on the rail and a front on Tryon. So all their activations out on Tryon, really. So, I mean, I tend to think I would approve it.
All right, so 7 and 10 are very closely related, right? Yeah. So for the same, we can make the same argument for number 10, yes?
Mhm.
All right, so that said, that means then the awnings would be the final point.
And I think the awnings are integral to this whole concept of activation. I think that a foot makes a huge difference. A foot makes, especially when you're talking about keeping rain off of people. Every foot in height that you go up higher keeps reduces the effectiveness of a awning like that. I don't have any concerns about this being consistent with the spirit and purpose and intent of their overall goals and the regulation.
I would agree. The awnings actually should be an aesthetic, positive aesthetic, I think, for the whole thing.
I agree.
If you had a easement with cats or the city, or if the city moved that property line 1 foot and gave it to them, you wouldn't have a problem.
Agreed. And maybe that's what the agreement will come up with too. Okay, so it sounds like we're kind of generally in agreement here.
Yes.
How do we feel? Well, do we want to talk about how we amend the,
No, because what I'd like to do is push that back to staff.
well, and if there are real estate attorneys on the applicant side that want to work with the staff on that,
That's fine. by me.
that's
It's fine
fair
by us.
game as well.
Okay, you okay with that, Paige?
Yes, I think you could approve 1 through 6 findings. I mean, first of all,
Right.
do your motion, whether you approve or deny. I think you could do 1 through 6, and I think we could defer 7 through 10.
Wonderful.
That would move to approve variances.
We gotta come out of deliberation.
No, we're staying deliberations for the vote.
You can move into your motion now.
All right.
Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve variances 1 through 6 with the conditions as listed in the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and everywhere else as recommended by staff and agreed to by the applicant. That's my motion.
Sound second.
Thank you.
Williamson, yes.
Court, yes.
Ms. Shirley,
Yes.
Son, yes.
son, Shay, yes. 1 through 6 will go there. All right, now. 7, 8, 9, and 10. You want to try it again, Mr. Court?
I would move to defer 7 through 10 for 30 days to the next or till the next meeting, whichever time comes first.
Your motion is to defer the variances for hearing again.
Defer the variances for hearing. Oh, wait. We can defer. We don't want to defer the whole. Okay. Yeah.
That's why I thought
So I would move to, we will hold on the conclusions of fact.
Conclusions of fact, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm
Yeah,
thinking
so
the
that's
first.
separate.
So
now.
maybe I need to, need to move on to the conclusions of fact and, no, findings of fact, conclusions of law for 1 through 6 first.
I think you would just address whether or not you're gonna approve 7 through 10.
Okay.
And yeah,
We
All
could-
right.
We could have done this in the first motion, I think.
good, but you can also do it in a
All
second.
right,
All right.
let's do
So I would move to approve variances number 7 through 10 with the conditions as listed by staff and agreed to by the applicant.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
help me
Court.
God.
Sound second.
Thank you, Ms. Sun.
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Court, yes.
Shirley,
Yes.
Son, yes.
Shay, yes. The variance has been approved in whole. So let's talk about findings of facts for 7 through 10.
Let's get- make sure.
Want to go 4 for 4 here, Mr. Court? Make the all-stars.
All right. you know, nobody's seen any problems with our.
I think we should just suggest that
Yeah, I would move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for variances 1 through 6.
anybody want to second that?
Williamson second.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Done, yes.
Ms. Shirley?
Yes.
Court, yes.
Court, Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Shay, yes. Finding of facts 1 through 6 have been approved.
All right, and I would move that we defer the approval of the findings of fact and conclusions of law for 30 days or until the next meeting
For numbers.
Yeah.
For numbers
to, you know,
7 through 10.
for number 7 through 10. Yeah, no, I mean, let's just defer it and they can,
To allow.
and
staff
they,
to-
yeah, we will, to allow the revision as negotiated or as,
I think you can just say move to defer.
yeah, okay, we're moving to
You
defer.
sound
There
like
you
an
go.
attorney over here.
All right.
Good. Well, here's a second.
Williamson second.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Court second. Oh, yeah,
You're the one who made the motion.
yeah. Yeah, okay. All right.
Ms. Sun?
So yes.
Ms. Shirley?
Yes.
William
Court.
seconded.
Good, yes.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Shay, yes. We defer 7 through 10. The variance has been approved. Congratulations. Well done, gentlemen. Ladies?
Could you just explain practically now what it is you want us to do?
That's
So these, exactly. So these findings of fact and conclusions of law currently as drafted by staff that were not recommended by staff have some of them are supported by staff and do not need to be revised. So so for instance, if you what's a good example?
You need to edit.
But where staff has not been in support 7 through 10, we're asking them to rewrite them to support it, to support the board.
So, and if you have a real estate attorney that, that would like to, so oftentimes in other cases, a real estate attorney may come to us with a set of findings, with an alternative, verbiage that proposes findings of fact and conclusions of law that support their variance. And so you may want a real estate attorney to work with the city staff to reword these in a manner in which is consistent with our deliberations today. And we can evaluate those and at our next meeting and then approve those if we agree.
Want to add anything, Paige?
So just proposed findings of fact for numbers 7 through 10 will be drafted and they'll be provided to you. That will come back before the board at the next meeting to be discussed and.
So you're gonna give us your draft, and then if
Correct.
we want to tweak it for some reason, we have a chance to do that.
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay.
Then we do a
I didn't want to volunteer you necessarily.
All right, that concludes this case.
very much. Thank you.
With respect to the last case, I'd like to take a 10-minute break if we could.
Uncook my brain.
You kind of nailed it. We're all kind of.
They must have done some good counts.
Sorry.
I looked at that. I looked at that every year. Never forget anything we cannot be able to stand.
Okay. Guys, like you said, happy to get up there and speak for what I have to. Yeah.
Sorry, we jumped in and more helpful. Hey, how are you guys? Yeah, sorry, we don't have a lot of closing. I just don't, so. How is that? Be there, just the. Any part of it.
Yeah. I'll say my cousin. Please say hello. Yeah, we'll do. Vacation. Hold on. Hold on.
Well, they would, we need.
Yeah, I gotta.
Email, like.
We're also on the like.
That's part of the event.
Yes, no problem. Yeah.
Nice to get it, yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Yeah.
It's a lot better than the old doggy, bakery.
Yes. Hopefully.
Showed space in there. Nelson, yeah.
We did the historical research for the landmark situation. Policy that is only the concept of that.
Unfortunately,
Yes. Right, I like to talk to.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right. Sorry, guys. It's back in the nineties, so, here's what I did.
You're welcome. You have to be.
How do you think?
Yeah, I'll be right out. I'm say bye to.
Great, Pat, that's back when Fowler, and the board was still there.
Yeah. So. I just want to say about it. Thank you. He's saying that money is so.
I wish I had the alligator.
And he scrolls up like everything to, was just.
That's real nice. Would be a fair.
Like all the things was
That's how all these things.
Yeah, I would not say anything. Yeah, I be, but it's just saying, he's not a terror about. This whole thing, you know, sometimes. You were saying, this got attached, because you just walk out.
Really?
It's almost good that you were interpretation. But the question of, do we want to give it that, because we have here, we have this. That. But what, yeah, I'm sorry, even though they're saying detached, what is not. This whole thing about, yes, and exhaust foundations, structures, even though they they're touched, still detached, I know. I guess, but that just was a 5 point, it's just 5. Yeah. I'm like, even I was on edge, I'm like, you was nothing, so yeah.
That's false. Ideally, cousin, I worship all. You were relations.
Something they will mention that it's not that's their space to be building. That the space that's general. I don't know that. Until we put their officers like. There might be written policy, $200 more than my office relations, what it makes it stand. Judge say, you know, all the time, it's just how to do it. We should be so. And his argument about the change of ordinance, it doesn't, and consideration. Yeah, we did change the ordinance, but that happened well after you heard this. It's nothing. You know, the also.
Saying that statutory, that's correct, because we have ordinance changes, we can't. Based on.
Where you do that, show you how to do the building, okay,
He's actually requiring us to do that, right? So I would say, I see this. But, so that's good, but we didn't.
That's sure he's seen.
But the definition of. Is not established.
Yeah, well.
And everywhere it says this, you have to look at.
Yeah, it's not wrong.
No, I say, make sure it's separate.
Yeah, Carlos. And we should have things go to the same time.
So anyway, it's gonna have to, she's gonna have to be sending
Oh, it's hotter. It's, oh, yeah. That's battery hot, the whole other area, that's way hot. And it's.
Well, everybody says that you lack.
Really?
Good.
Yeah. You got a lot of.
Quality ends you fell down on the highway, but there's no further convention downtown.
Like, and even if you are downtown. Like, walk out of the door, that is 10 o'clock, and they don't want to come out.
Yes. Yeah.
And in South Bend, it's not great, but it's better than downtown. It's very good. You're already sitting there next door, you go on. Except. It's like always. It's like it's sleep. We're getting over downtown. Yeah. Downtown, the police station. It's a ghost town, and they love the way the guy goes off.
Got one more, we're gonna have lunch.
No worries. There is, other things, just one of these.
Grab what you want.
What are questions?
On this one, the definitions. Okay. ADU versus accessory.
They kind of overlap with one another, but it's the.
What about you? Is that anything you think or HCC, I think?
HCC,
Oh, we're gonna be. So where? Okay. But they wanted to swear y'all. Yeah, Jared, if you talk.
So a accessory structure, or an ADU can be an accessory structure, but not all ADUs are accessory structures. You can have an ADU that's not attached to your house.
Yeah.
Or part of your house, whereas an accessory structure is separate. Structure. An ADU in an accessory.
Okay.
So that's kind of just.
About that, but it could be on the.
So anything detached is an accessory structure. ADU doesn't necessarily have to be attached
Either or.
to either one. So in this case, what they're proposing is a detached accessory structure with an ADU in it.
With maybe. Thank you.
Setbacks and standards go. The setbacks for an ADU in an accessory structure are the accessory structure setback requirements, so 3 feet from the property line. Unless you're over 24 feet high. And then it's 5 feet of separation between the house and the building. 3 feet setback from the property line unless it's over 24 feet in height, then it's 15 feet.
Oh, it is 15 feet. I thought it was like an additional 2 feet from the,
Pretty sure it's 15. It's in article, that would be in article 17, I think. Keep going.
These all have 2 feet.
Oh, then it's 3 feet, and then, yeah, 20 unless it's over 24 feet, in height, then it's 15.
did it change?
I don't think so. I think it's been 15.
This ain't no different than when you gotta sit down and listen and explain medical benefit of Medicaid to people.
As soon as the attorneys get back, we'll get started.
You. Is that for me? Oh.
Get organized here. All right, let's get started. Our last case. Case 2026-00026. All is yours, Crystal.
Thank you. The case number is variance 2026-00026. The applicant is Jeremy Dees, represented by Sarah Beeson of Alexander Ricks, a PLLC for property located at 2500 East Fifth Street, owned by Jeremy and Lauren Dees. This variance is to reduce the garage setback. It's a variance from Article 17(2)(e) to reduce the minimum required 20-foot garage setback from 20 feet to 11.5 feet, which is an 8.5 decrease reduction. So here in Exhibit 1, this is the vicinity map showing that the location is southeast of Charlotte in the Rosemont area, community area. Exhibit 2 shows the aerial map. This is East Fifth Street, that's the front, and then it's a corner lot. And here's where the proposed garage is being requested. And this is the driveway. Exhibit 3 shows Google Street View of the property. And the zoning is Neighborhood 1 zoning district, N1C. And here is Google Earth image in Exhibit 5. And just like earlier, I was showing you that this is a corner lot on North Dodger. Am I saying that right? Dodger? Okay, thank you. Dodger Avenue and East Fifth Street. And the driveway is off of North Dodger Avenue. And the variance, once again, is to reduce the minimum required 20-foot setback to 11.5 feet, which is the 8.5-foot decrease. And here is the the part of this is Article 17(2)(e), explaining the minimum of 20 feet from the right of way or back a sidewalk, whichever is greater. Exhibit 7 shows the physical survey of the property. Want to show you that currently the measurement of the driveway is 23, at least 23 feet, which is in compliance with the ordinance standards of 20 feet as it is now. This one, exhibit 8 shows, there's a lot going on, but just to explain, this blue box is what staff believes the applicant has room to build a garage where it is compliant without needing a variance. There could be a side-by-side garage or a single car garage. Excuse me, the distance of the lot is 55 feet deep from North Dodger Avenue. And here's the back of the house and the property line, that's 49 feet distance. There is a required 5-foot separation distance between the house and the accessory structure, the garage. And there's 3 feet there that is required. So by taking off the 5 feet and the 3 feet, the proposed garage could be 40 feet distance. And just to mention about the distance, a side-by-side or one-car garage typically ranges from 20 to 30 feet. So it is possible to do that. Moving on. Here is the garage elevation on exhibit 9. It is a 2-story detached garage. It's going to be 1,327 square feet, and it's going to be 18 by 39 feet. It is going to be something called a tandem garage, which is one car parked in front of the other. Let me just show you what I mean by that. There's one car here, one car there. That's what's proposed. And here's the moment where you can look over your findings of facts, and I can get through your findings when you're ready.
While we're doing that, John, the designer for this specifically wrote on the design plan, this is an accessory building, not an ADU. And can you help us explain the difference between the two?
Navigating to the short UDO website. That's what the sections now.
The ADU would be in 17 or the definitions? Okay, I'll stick with 17. Okay, thank you.
Is it gonna complicate things if I give my understanding of the definitions?
I think we.
Wait for staff. Okay.
Okay, I was gonna mention that an ADU is an accessory structure. But it can be either detached from the home or attached from the home. So it's and an accessory structure is a detached detached building. So an ADU can be an ADU is an accessory structure, but it can be attached or detached, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I care about what can go inside.
The key difference in my experience, the key difference was the word dwelling. So you've got an accessory unit or accessory dwelling unit. An accessory dwelling unit has to have the ability for a person to dwell within it. And therefore it would have both a bathroom and a kitchen. And if it doesn't have a bathroom and a kitchen, then it's just an accessory garage.
I know all this, but I want to know why the accessory building is defined differently.
It may depend on what they're proposing upstairs. I don't know that we have a floor plan that specifically shows it, but I mean, you can have an accessory dwelling unit in an accessory structure, and it would just, you'd be called an accessory structure with an ADU in it. And then you have to meet, and if you are doing an accessory structure with an ADU, you have to meet the standards of Article 17, which Crystal had up on the screen, but then also the standards for an ADU, which are in Article 15 point, I believe it's 6, Crystal?
I guess I can ask the applicant because they specifically said this is an accessory building, not an ADU, so we can go there. I just wanted to see the definition differences.
From the term, in terms of the setback requirements, what they're asking for variance for, it does not matter whether there's an ADU in it or not. So from staff's perspective, we don't care what's inside. What matters to us is it's got a garage component, and the garage is required to have that certain setback from the street.
Gotcha.
Is there any heated element in this? Is there a heated space or no?
That would be a question for the applicant. I don't know.
Crystal, don't worry about it for now.
Okay, yeah, just looking for that, but it's kind of a long chapter.
Sounds like whether it's heated or not doesn't matter.
Because there's
Distance of the driveway matters.
a limit of a maximum of 1,000 square feet for heated part of the ADU in the new regulation.
It's 50% of the first floor of the main building.
And heated can be a maximum of 1,000 square feet.
It's a maximum 1,000.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Okay. Unnecessary hardships would not result from the strict application of the regulation because the applicant could build a detached garage that is compliant with the setback requirements. The hardship does not result from conditions that are peculiar to the property because there is space to construct a detached garage that is compliant with the ordinance standards. Per the applicant's plan exhibit, there is approximately 49 feet between the rear of the home and rear property line, accounting for the 5-foot accessory structure separation requirement and 3-foot accessory structure setback, leaves approximately 40 feet of width in the rear yard for a garage. Typical side-by-side garages are around 24 feet, and a typical single car garage are around 14 feet wide. The depth of the rear of the lot, extending from Dodger Avenue right-of-way, is approximately 55 feet and accounting for the 3-foot accessory structure setback and the 20-foot garage setback leaves 32 feet of depth for garage. The depth of a side-by-side and one-car garage typically ranges from 20 to 30 feet. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner because the applicant's proposed garage design creates the hardship. Okay, thank you. So the hardship does result from actions taken by the applicant. Because the applicant's proposed garage design creates a hardship, the applicant proposes to construct a tandem garage, which is one car parked in the front of the other. The applicant's proposed design results in a garage that is 39 feet deep. The applicant could construct 2-car garage with cars parked side by side or 1-car garage and utilize the driveway pad to park the second vehicle without the need for a variance to reduce the setback of the garage from the street. The requested variance is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulation, such that the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. There are other similarly sized corner lots in the neighborhood without garages, and residents park in the driveway pads behind their homes, as do the applicants currently. According to the applicant survey, the current driveway parking pad is 24 feet long, measured from the right-of-way, complying with the UDO's driveway and parking standards in Article 19.5. There are also homes on similarly sized corner lots that have detached garages with compliant garage setbacks. Examples include 2421 Kenmore or 2401 East Fifth. Reducing the garage setback would not provide the space for a compliant 20-foot long driveway parking pad per Article 19.5A1A, Roman numeral 3C. I'm gonna pause there and just show you at the beginning of the findings of facts, there is Article 19.5 reference there. They didn't ask for a variance to that, but if you do grant this variance, it also will grant them the variance from that article as well, because it's similar, it's a similar 20 feet in length requirement. The edge of pavement does not extend to the right-of-way line, so there would be approximately 25 feet between the garage and the vehicle travel lane. However, the proposed setback of 11.5 feet does not provide space for most vehicles to park on the driveway without encroaching into the street right-of-way. And I'd just like to show you an example of that real quick. Part of this measurement page. Here's the edge of pavement. This is the right-of-way. And it's 25 feet from the edge of pavement to the property line. It would be there. So that's the measurement that I was just showing you. And then from the right of way to here is the 20 feet distance that's required. And as you can see, it encroaches into their proposed garage by 11.49 feet. So I just wanted to give you a visual of what I was describing there. Parallel on-street parking is allowed throughout the neighborhood. Parking perpendicular to the road within the public right-of-way causes safety concerns for vehicle and pedestrian visibility, and maneuvering is generally prohibited by CDOT. And as you can see, there's a vehicle there on the 25 feet that it shouldn't be, that we were describing. So that concludes the presentation.
That aerial you had showing the parking.
Yes,
I have a question.
sure.
Is that a sidewalk in the bottom center of adjacent property below? You go from the white car south.
Oh, okay.
Okay, see this white triangle coming out of the bottom of the page right there?
Oh, thank you. I was lost.
Is that a sidewalk that's in the right of way?
Excuse me, John.
It's was planned townhome development.
Okay.
They were developed out.
Okay. And I guess my question is that a sidewalk? 'Cause we're talking about effectively, he's asking to use some of the right of way for his driveway, right? Where that white car is.
Mhm.
But effectively, somebody else has put a sidewalk, it looks like in the right of way also. Or pretty darn close to the right of way.
Mhm.
I'm thinking. They
So
can use
it-
the right of way for a sidewalk, maybe he can use the right of way for his driveway.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask, so is the sidewalk gonna extend to the driveway, it just stops right there?
Currently,
it-
so that the sidewalk was required to be installed as a transportation improvement when the abutting townhome or multifamily development was completed. The idea would be, and the reason why we have right of way in excess of just the pavement itself is to facilitate the future expansions of our street network that include pedestrian facilities. So the idea would be that sometime in the future, perhaps if the city wanted to make a transportation improvement to the rest of Dodger Avenue, that sidewalk would be extended all the way up to East Fifth Street. But obviously that would need to be funded by the city to go in and do, because otherwise that usually only happens with developers coming in whenever they build a new residential development or a new home or something like that. Since, they're not going to be triggering any sort of transportation improvements with their projects. So, what you see there today would remain. as is, that sidewalk's not gonna be extended, unless, the city came along and did a
Okay.
project at some point in the future. And then the city would have access to utilize all of the right of way for whatever work they needed to do, whether it be utility maintenance or expansions of the sidewalk and everything. So, while there potentially could park in the right of way right now in that location, the reality is parking is not allowed in the right of way unless it's on-street parking that's permitted through CDOT, as is legal on-street parking. And typically, a car parked in a driveway would not be considered allowed on-street parking.
Crystal, we were sharing some information. Could you pull up the GIS aerial for us so we can all have it?
Is that what was on the iPad?
That's what was on
Thank
the
you.
iPad.
This
Yeah.
this picture right here.
Yes, ma'am. Polaris. These.
Yes.
Also, quick question, were y'all sworn? Okay.
gonna find it out
Yes.
we start.
Okay.
I swear, man.
And if y'all will use that microphone whenever.
Plans, I think anyway.
If you're on your favorite bar, Crystal.
Yeah, no, it would be helpful, but this information doesn't save to this computer. It's a public. Yeah, it's not like my private computer.
2,500.
Thank you.
See.
The ordinance requires new development triggers transportation improvements, so that's why you see that sidewalk within the right of way, south of this site.
So where the car is parked inside of that, right in there, so is that where his garage is gonna be built like? Cause when you showed us the picture with all three of the cars in the driveway, are they taking up just where the two cars are together or that whole space?
It would be where the two cars are, but about.
Yeah, okay.
8 feet in that, so not the entire area where the truck and the blue car are.
Chris, you got my head going backwards.
8 feet that takes the garage to the right of way line.
It's in line with the house.
Yeah, the face the garage and then line the kind of back porch. Now, so I don't want to do that, you with that and.
Right there. Yeah.
Burnside. I don't know if that was, yeah.
Okay, so where that house is, they're coming down those steps right there, and that would be where their garage coming, right? Okay, that's what I was trying to take a look at.
Is that it?
That was all of the presentation. Yes.
Oh.
If you had any other questions?
Suspense.
So I guess while we're here, the parcel appears to have the road right of way appears to be different on one end of Dodger than the other end of Dodger. Is that a repeatable condition further on down Fifth Street or anywhere around the neighborhood?
My guess is that the future street cross section called for wider right of way, and so that's why.
Oh, when they subdivided that parcel? Yeah. So what is that 7th Street right there? Or Kenmore, okay, and then Deacon Ave. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that whole right of way there was widened, okay. And that's why, yeah.
Any further questions for staff? Do we have anybody in opposition here?
No, there is.
No. All right. Does the applicant want to make a presentation?
Yes.
And if we could swear them in.
Yes.
And then the property owners are in attendance as well, and they might speak
you-
later if there's any questions, so can we get them?
If you'll first, if you could each say your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
Josh Allison, Allison.
Sarah Beeson, Beason.
Lauren Deese, Deese.
Jeremy Dees. Same spelling.
Claimer.
All right, sorry, let me get my swear you in page here. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Hmm?
Oh, that was mine. Thank you.
Thank y'all and thank y'all, the board, for being here today. I know it's been a long afternoon and morning, so we are just gonna kind of hit the high points and not over or repeat anything Crystal already successfully covered. Just the arrow?
Yeah. Or use for the mouth.
Oh, okay, all's working. My apologies. Oh, this is a slippery. Okay. All right, so as Crystal's already pointed out, we're here at the edge of Dr. and Fifth Avenue. We're here to discuss a proposed tandem detached car garage using the existing driveway. And the other component that really hasn't been addressed is how this really is to provide a privacy buffer as well from the existing town-story townhomes that overlook the residents. Here's from the frontage of East Fifth and North Doctor Avenue, showing the existing front yard as well as the existing corner side yard with the large mature trees. As she showed, here's the kind of the existing survey and the narrowness of the lot as it runs. We also have limited area on this internal side yard. As you'll see on the site plan, we have a mature tree there as well as the kind of mature trees here at the right of way of North Dodger. The existing garage that you saw there is also right along that property line. So working within those constraints. Here's just close-ups from that frontage showing, again, the trees along Dodger. This is, I don't know if it was asked earlier, but this is a private kind of concrete walk alongside the house. That is not a public sidewalk. It's not intended to be connected to or used by the public generally. Here's that internal kind of side yard showing how tight it is in that space. So I'm gonna go back over to Josh, or Josh, if you'll just pull the microphone in front of you. So we've already said your name, but if you don't mind saying your name, your job description and scope and how long you've been working in that category.
Yeah, my name's Josh Allison. I am a registered architect. I focus exclusively on single-family projects. Started my firm in 2010 and was doing single-family work prior to that too. What else did you?
No, that's good for
Okay.
that. Thank you. Can you describe just the scope and the goal of this project when the Deeses brought it to you? And
Yeah, so
kind of the
that-
design consideration.
When they came to me with the
You-
project, they were
If you want the pointer.
looking to add a garage with some finished space above for flexible use. Hoping to accommodate 2 cars and also create some privacy screening because this is like their primary living space with windows looking to the backyard and pretty prominent view of the multifamily development. So with that, we looked at different options. Preserving the trees was also something that I always try to do and was an important component of this project. This is about a 29-inch tree, pretty substantial. And this is a nice grove of trees here as well. So we looked at different options and decided that a tandem, while it includes sacrifices as far as usability, being able to get in and out, that it seemed like a logical
response to the design program, and that it provided screening. It did not, if we looked at a two-car in here, these trees would certainly be compromised, in my opinion, as far as getting access, as well as this tree, the root zone. I'm not an arborist, but I've heard enough arborists say the root zone is probably out in this area. So the tandem kind of mitigated those, allowed us to use the existing driveway. And it also, we're 26 feet off of these primary living windows, you know, to pull a two-car garage in where you're 10 or 15 feet off those windows would really be a big compromise to the interior living space of the house. And with putting space above the 24-foot number that was mentioned was, that's difficult in my experience to accomplish with a stair going to the second floor. So this is a pretty narrow and pretty small footprint as far as two-car garages go that really accomplishes the objectives I just mentioned. We did, I thought I might address the question about the note on the accessory structure versus the ADU. And this project's been going for a while. So in 2023, it's a 2022 project number, 2023, an ADU would have forced us to be 15 feet off of the property line. This is not, it's not designed to be a second dwelling unit. So that's why that note was on there, because it would have changed where the garage could be placed under the previous zoning code, is my understanding.
Thank you. And so just kind of summarizing all of those points with regard to the limited yards, the narrow lots where the existing structure is, and then we had those large trees, and kind of, again, if we're trying to avoid those, we would have been widening that existing driveway even more and punching it out further. So the impact to those considerations was even larger than just using that existing footprint if that were to be designed as a side-by-side. And so, as you know, this kind of started under the prior zoning ordinance where this 20 feet wasn't a requirement. And so then when the UDO came in, we had the 20-foot setback under the 17.2E, and it is unique to the detached garages. And so that's where we brought this in. So we are asking to reduce that by 8.5 feet to get us to the 11.5 as shown on the site plan. And I know Crystal noted this, but we do think it is worthwhile to point out that even with it as located without satisfying that 20 feet, we are providing there is over 25.5 feet between the edge of pavement and the where the garage access would be. It does also align with that's kind of just a visual representation of where it would be hitting and aligning with the brick pillars, as well as just the corner side with the kind of the chimney sticking out, really establishing that outside line and designed to be in line with the house there. I know Crystal mentions in the considerations in the neighborhood is that other properties kind of just use their driveway without having a similar situated. We went around and found just as many where there was a similarly situated kind of detached garage close up on the right of way, probably legally non-conforming at this point, but to acknowledge that we wouldn't be an outlier in the community or materially detracting from the character and the quality of the neighborhood that's been there. So this is an established neighborhood since the 1900s. Many of them do contain these detached garage components, especially on sides. And we'll show you a few select photos throughout the area. And so we don't think it's an outlier, incompatible, and in fact is more compatible with the current neighborhood. It's also, if you're considering kind of the pictures you were looking at, we're not really tying it up close to an adjacent neighbor, as we're really close to the garage on our kind of that plan side where that existing red brick garage is. We're adjacent to common open space for that Elizabeth Glen community. So here are just some of the other ones over off. I know the upper right is off of Ridgeway. And so that's another detached garage where they park to the side. We have other ones within the same block or two where it's kind of similarly situated two-car garages and detached garages using that kind of existing driveway footprints when they were installed. The other component, I think this came up earlier, right? Even if it's not detached garages, there are plenty of parking pads in the neighborhood, including the immediately adjacent one across of North Dodger, where there are just parking pads fully in the right of way that people are using. I think this aerial also kind of helps us lead into talking about the Elizabeth Glen community, which is that like this one's a fourplex kind of attached below us. If you look here, and we'll broaden out, this unit is closest than any, is the closest unit along kind of this back of the existing community. And so the impact is unique to this property compared to others. Here's an aerial showing kind of, there's a rooftop deck right here. The unit here also has a rear deck, open deck at the back of that, I think, second story. And again, showing a different kind of viewpoint of how that looks down into the property line. This is not a new item for them to be raising at this point either. When the development came up for consideration, there was negotiations between the parties. There was even a lawsuit between the parties. There was a settlement agreement, including with the ECA, the DESES, and the developer, noting, you know, as part of that negotiation, they started asking, hey, can you just get rid of this unit closest to us? It's, you know, we are the most impacted. It's closest to us. It's going to infringe on our privacy of the home we've bought and kind of, you know, settled into. They settled on an enhanced buffer as kind of the compromise between that, with some larger caliper trees. A lot of that I think was closer to the streetscape area, kind of here at the front of the corner. And so as we'll see at the next, kind of looking through that, these seasonal trees really aren't providing that buffer as well. There was also some delayed compliance. My understanding is the initial trees that were planted did not satisfy what they had agreed to in the settlement agreement. So kind of getting them up to maturity quicker was even further delayed by that. So if we're, and this is as Josh showed, right, like the whole rear of that house is activated for the rear garage and looking out. Understand you can't control the property next to you and what comes in future development. That's part of the city especially. But wanting to then, you know, they'd already had that history of trying to work through this issue. It's still not well preserved. And so that's where Josh worked through with them for the tandem garage. I feel like this can provide a pretty effective visual buffer while still working with the current architectural design and layout of the house on the property. And so here's just again showing, right, there's the neighbor's existing garage. We're stepped back because of the overhang of the eaves. Correct me if I misstate that. And so since they're out, I think 1 foot 8 inches, we just step back another 1 foot 8 inches to not encroach into that 3 foot. So that's why it looks like we've even shifted back further. And so we would request that this variance really does meet the intent of the ordinance, right? We are working within the constraints of how the property is designed, as well as development that has come in and the unique kind of hardships that is imposed on the property. And that this really is a reasonable accommodation to still work within harmony of the existing community characteristics, while also providing some privacy buffers and enhancement for the property owner. Just go back if there's any questions. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
I'm curious about the rest of the neighborhood has alleyways back behind those properties. Did that disappear during the development of the townhomes, or was it ever?
So what we learned in the development of townhomes was that what we learned in the development of the townhomes was that the alleyway was abandoned when the Martha Washington were put in. That was post-war, so like 1940s-ish. That was abandoned at that time. But you're right, there is an alleyway on the other side, which is why many of our neighbors that live on the other side, that some of which were the ones that the city representative mentioned, are able to sort of meet compliance, because you can drive along the back of that alleyway to access the back of your property rather than have to get to it from the street.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. I think we'll close it down. Discussion points? Thoughts?
So motion to deny based on the same finding of facts as staff found.
A motion from Sun. On a variance.
You'd like us to give it a little bit more deliberation. So unnecessary hardship, I feel like an unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. I do think there are peculiarities to the property, between the topo, peculiarities as it relates to the other adjacent properties and properties in the neighborhood. Topo, the way the lots lay out, the whole alley situation. And I don't know, I don't feel like it's necessarily a result of actions taken by the applicant, but I don't feel like we've really addressed the spirit and purpose of the intent of the regulation. And really that's the perpendicular parking and the distance, you know, the 20-foot chunk of land that they require. You know, I feel like it creates a health safety, public safety issue when there are sidewalks most commonly. The fact that there's not a sidewalk here makes it not an immediate threat. You know, that's kind of where I'm struggling, is because there's a sidewalk around there. It could be connected. It might be a problem. They'd have to tear down all those trees to put a sidewalk in. But really, when we see these types of things with the driveway covering up, with a driveway distance and parking in front of your garage, the issue is that, you know, people have to jump off the sidewalk into a busy street because there's cars parked in the way. You know, Dodger's not the busiest of streets. And that's probably why there's not been a sidewalk there. But I don't know that I've gotten any facts that make me feel like this. Just when I think about the suitability of it and all the issues, I think everything's aligned. But just the only reason why they have this 20-foot rule here is to keep people from parking right in it. So I have a hard time reconciling that last one, and maybe we can talk through that one.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it does get a little crowded in that neighborhood, and there are other people parking in front of their garage, and there's still lots of people walking around, and you're right, there's not enough traffic to provide a great deal of danger on that street, it seems like, but and I kind of like the idea of doing a narrower garage and saving some of his yard and you know, not covering up as much of the lot with structures, leaving him some daylight. I'd like to approve it if we could, but I see why we're not supposed to.
I think we should approve it. Because I mean, I'm not, when y'all was saying something about how the sidewalk is coming and people got to jump off in the street, for me, and it's not that much danger in the neighborhood, I don't see why we can't approve for them to have that garage for themselves. And it's on their land, right? Is they taking up anybody else's space? They're not taking up anybody else's space. Then we said, y'all said the measurements was like, what, 23 out? And y'all only needed, what, 20 of it? Of the 23?
25.
25?
25,
24, something like that.
Yeah. And they only needed what of it? 20? And that's still on their land, right? Is that not theirs?
It's not theirs.
It's not?
No, because what they're proposing is only 11.5 feet to be available to the right of way in front of the garage. What I think Marshall and Hamilton are saying is that they have 24 feet out to the street or so, which is plenty of room. There is no sidewalk, so you're not jumping off. And even if there were a sidewalk, the foot traffic is small on that street. So that's, I think, what those guys were saying.
Okay.
So I was thinking car traffic. I mean, there's probably a lot of foot traffic, a lot of walkers around there.
So we're saying we're in agreement.
Well,
I'm saying I'm in agreement with it.
3 of you are in agreement, yes.
Okay.
Amy and I are in agreement. You 3 are in agreement.
Okay.
So I would be with Amy. We have approved previous garages in similar situations that were built years ago and then the UDO changed the rules and those made sense. But to take something and to make it purposely non-compliant, that's a bridge too far for me, so, I'm open to, any kind of motion or,
I think technically there's one on the floor, so I guess unless Ms. Sun is
What?
withdrawing it, then,
I think that, well, it wasn't seconded, so
right, so if there is a second, then I think that's what needs to be addressed.
we could have a new motion or a second, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So I'm open to either right now.
Can you make one? Can he second as the chair?
Yeah, I can do.
Yeah, you can.
So I could second Amy,
And we could vote on.
and you
denying
can
the
vote on
variance.
that, correct? So, I will second Amy's motion to deny the variance. Mr. Williamson, you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, well,
I can come back to you.
they do have other alternatives, right?
Yeah.
Which would be to build a wider, shorter garage. So I guess theoretically, I gotta vote in favor of denying it. So, yes.
Mr. Court,
Are we allowed to deliberate as, talk about more our vote as we go?
you can vote and then explain your vote.
Engage in discussion.
Right. You know, I've kind of, you know, because there's not a sidewalk there and because it's not, it's not really an often repeated condition within the neighborhood. I think I'm gonna lean toward voting no on denying the variance and supportive of the variance. My vote is no.
Ms. Shirley?
So are we approving or disapproving of the garage? So then y'all looking at.
I know.
So right now, what's on the board right now is to deny the variance. So if you say yes, that means you're agreeing to deny the variance. If you say no, it means that you're in support of giving them the variance. How's that? That help?
Are you supporting or denying the variance?
Your position prior was
You
that you
support
were
the variance.
supporting the variance, so your vote would be no unless you.
Okay,
changed.
so no for
Okay.
that.
Son,
Sun, yes. To the deny.
and I would say yes. Shay says yes as well. That would mean the variance would be denied 3-2. Unless anybody wants to revisit their vote. Mr. Williamson?
I would like to, but I think Paige would hang me.
Got to give her a lot of words.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Variance is denied then. Let's go to findings of fact.
Some motion to approve.
Well, a couple of changes I gotta make here first. This is top of this case number says 2025. It should be 2026, should it not? And we're gonna change. No, we don't have to change anything then, do we? Besides that?
There was the little cut graph or there with the pushing wall and the presentation, but it was
Done.
whatever. And the findings of facts, pushing the wall document is correct.
Okay. So with a single change on the case number, is there a motion?
Some motion to approve.
Ms. Sun, thank you. Motion with a change, yes?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Williamson second.
Thank you. Ms. Sun,
Sun, yes.
Ms. Shirley,
Yes.
Mr. Court,
Court, no.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Shay, yes. Finding of facts have been agreed to and confirmed. We appreciate that. Thank you very much, everybody.
So Paige and Teree would like to do a all board training and orientation.
Before we do that, do we have to do anything with the June minutes?
Oh, I thought.
Okay, let's do the
Have you
June.
already signed this? Oh, she pre-signed them. Okay, you still have to vote on. 'Em. Sorry, my bad. I thought that was already done.
We get there, let's.
Thank you.
So this incorporates all the other stuff as that we voted on earlier, yes?
Not include the actions you guys did today. That would be reflected on next month's.
Next, okay, very good.
Pearls.
Make a motion to approve. Thank you, Mr.
Court second?
Thank you, Mr. Court. Ms. Sun,
So yes.
Ms. Shirley,
Yes.
Mr. Court,
Court, yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Shay, yes. Approval of minutes is approved. And that closes down this.
There was, hang on, we need to talk about the training before we adjourn. There was,
Yeah.
there was,
Board schedule approval.
yeah.
Yeah, so Crystal's gonna pull up the schedule. Your rules of procedure say that the board approves. Basically looks at a draft schedule that we provided and then you guys approve it. So that's what we have presented up on the screen here for 2026, 2027. We went ahead and put in the alternative dates for Thanksgiving and Christmas to address those. As we've kind of historically done. If you guys want to choose a different alternative date, certainly welcome to. But what we're proposing right now is moving the October 16th, the November meeting, which would be at the last, whatever the last Tuesday in November is, move that up to November 17th. And then the December meeting, which would be the last Tuesday of December, move that up to December 15th. And that's consistent with what we've done in years past. So otherwise, the meeting falls on the last Tuesday of the month and we continue with that trend unless you guys decide otherwise.
We appreciate your proactiveness.
Any concern with any of that?
I don't have any problems with those dates. Anybody have any
Sounds
problems?
good.
You guys all
I
good?
move to approve the dates as presented by staff.
Wait a second.
Second.
Yeah.
Ms. Sun,
Sorry, I can't see clearly which date exactly.
she's got November 17th
Yes, highlighted.
instead of the
It's
last.
the Tuesday. So instead of it being the last Tuesday, it's the Tuesday before the last. It's the third.
It's in
Tuesday.
November, right?
Yes.
November and December.
December, I won't be here.
Okay. Let me just let Amisha know.
Approve.
I approve it.
Ms. Shirley,
I approve it.
Mr. Court.
Court, yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Shay, yes. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Board-wide training. So we'd like to do a board-wide training for everyone on the board. If you did it as a separate meeting, then that's fine. We just need to know that, and that way we can do proper notifications for full meeting, and we can do it separately from the normally scheduled meetings. Or what we would maybe propose to do is do it at the August 25th meeting. provided that the caseload isn't super heavy. I don't know how many, Crystal, do you know off the top of your head how many cases we've got for the August agenda thus far?
Let me take a quick look.
How long is the training?
Probably about an hour, I would say. And just so everyone knows, it is common to do board trainings for all the boards, at least like once a year. This isn't something we're singling out the Board of Adjustment or anything like that. Just a couple refreshers and taking y'all to the next level. You're wonderful as you are, but it's always good to review some things. So I would say an hour for presentation and questions, maybe less
Is it Zoom or in person?
in person.
I'm okay with August.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. August is fine.
You want to hang it off August? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to get up early in the morning and do it 5:30 a.m.?
I will not be there.
Driving easier.
It sounds like we have potentially four cases. The one that the variance you deferred today would be on that agenda. And then we have three new ones that we haven't had a chance to review yet. So we don't know whether or not they would be recommendation agenda items or full agenda items. And obviously we never know whether or not somebody's just going to show up in opposition to a case. But it sounds like we'd have about four or five cases. And it depends on partly on what happens with that appeal that's been on deferral as well. But I haven't heard anything from Mr. Murray recently. So as far as I know, he's not planning on pursuing that one right at this time, but he could decide that he wants to bring it back up.
This is the first time I remember 4 cases going for 4 hours. So.
Yeah, typically we don't have 4 cases go as long as we did today. So I would hope that's not the same for next month, but you never know.
Is it something that if we do go long next week, is it something we could postpone?
Sure.
Okay, let's
Plan for August.
let's plan for August.
Okay, and then we'll advise all the alternates, because I think we have 3 alternate members, right? Commission. We'll advise all the other 2 alternates that they will need to be present for that as well.
Okay, and just so, a stupid question as a chair, who are the 5 people and who are the 3 alternates?
So the 5, well, we don't have 5 regular members right now. We only have 4 because Ms. Dryden's termed out. But so Mr. Williamson, Mr. Court, yourself, and Ms. Sun are the regular members. Ms. Shirley, Mr. Young, and Ms. Poole are the alternates.
And so we're gonna have 4 from here on out?
No, we're working with Kirk McSwain in the clerk's office to get the mayor, I think Ms. Dryden was the mayor appointment? I don't remember. We're working on getting an appointment made for that regular seat. And it may be an alternate member that's made a regular member, or it could be a new appointee. We don't know yet how that's gonna play out, but that would be the goal. And then if it does happen to be an alternate, then we'll just do a new appointment for a new alternate.
Oh, so instead of y'all using one of the alternates, one in the permanent seat, y'all have to have someone that's appointed to the permanent seat?
Yeah, the permanent seat has to be appointed by the council or the mayor, depending on who's making the appointment.
Okay, so didn't the alternates get appointed by someone? Cause I think I got. appointed by-
Alternates get appointed by city council as
Yeah.
well, but they appoint you to either be a regular member or an alternate member. And so the folks that are alternates could be reappointed basically as a full-time member if they wanted to be.
Cause I was gonna say, that's real crappy. I'm just saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
till next month then.
Will you announce the adjournment?
We are adjourned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Feel like a day to work.